Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all here. Just a bit of housekeeping. So if there's an emergency, there's the two exits to the side and the one that you likely came in from over there. And the marshalling point is out in the parking lot. If you need to use the washrooms, they're back out in this hallway and around the corner, basically behind the boardroom. So I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. And we've been trying to educate ourselves on the contents of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So tonight we'll read Article 46.2. In the exercise of the rights enunciated in the present declaration, human rights and fundamental freedoms of all shall be respected. The exercise of rights set forth in this declaration shall be subject only to such limitations as are determined by the law and in accordance with international human rights obligations. Any such limitations shall be non-discriminatory and strictly necessary solely for the purpose of securing due recognition and respect for the rights and freedoms of others and for meeting the just and most compelling requirements of a democratic society. And with that, there is an in-camera recommendation. Grieve and Cole Hamilton, thank you. And we'll be moving in camera under the Community Charter 91E. And all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And I believe we have Director Lee online, and there's only one item for Director Lee to be concerned with on the agenda. So can I have a motion to vary the agenda and bring forward G12? Second. Thank you, Hillian and McCollum. Thank you. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. So we'll go to G12.
Move receipt of minutes.
Director Lee and Arbor, thank you. And it's minutes from February 28th from Black Creek Oyster Bay Service. Any discussion about those minutes? And it's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And that's carried. Thank you, Director Lee. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you. See you later.
Bye for now. Okay, so that brings us back to C, adoption of minutes. The first minutes are from February 15th. Both sets of minutes, so February 15th and February 24th, regular board minutes, Arbor and Grant. Any further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? And that's carried. And we're on to public input, the financial plan 2022 to 2026. Second. Arbor and Grieve, thank you. And over to staff.
Thanks, Chair Kettler. And as we are in the midst of the 2022 to 2026 financial planning process, this is the place on the agenda where we would include correspondence, comments, questions, feedback from members of the public in regards to that budget planning process. As the board can note later on in the agenda, we do have a number of budget staff reports to further consider the financial plan. And so there will be discussion at that point as well.
Okay. And so all in favor? Anyone opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. And we're on to delegations.
Business for the new business.
Oh, okay. There is new business at the end. Yes. So yes, we're on to Saratoga Speedway Concerned Citizens. Arbor and Grant, thank you. And who's presenting for the delegation today? If you want to come, and sit at those two seats at the end, that would be great. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll have questions after. Can you please state your names before you begin? Thanks.
Yes, Kim Stubblefield.
Jonathan Brenner.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Chair, directors, and staff. thank you very much for allowing us again to present on behalf of the Saratoga Speedway Complex concerned citizens. Some of you heard our initial presentation at the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting on February 14th, and we understand that everyone has a copy of that presentation. We hope to clear up misconceptions that arose from our presentation itself or from questions that followed, and of course, answer any further questions. And we will ask you to vote against ratifying the resolution to move bylaw 683 forward. Here's a list of misconceptions we have identified. The first, we believe, is glaring. This is not a rezoning bylaw about a campsite. If this campsite is approved by the CVRD and by extension, the residents of Area C, we are endorsing the growth of auto racing and drag racing at the Saratoga complex. Each and every part of the developer's proposal is aimed at making it more attractive to have more racing, more often, and for longer periods of time. RV sites enable outside racing teams and their families to stay on site. A liquor license undercuts local retailers, and a splash park entertains children not interested in auto racing. It is nonsense to claim that the proposal has nothing to do with the Speedway. The growth of the track is not on the table, but increased use of the track and a recently discovered plan for a 226-meter drag strip most definitely are. That is why traffic, water supply, noise, CO2 emissions, toxic runoff, and other environmental impacts all come into play with this proposal. The second misconception is to try and show local economic benefit and attempt to soften the blow for unwanted development. In this case, it seems to be a given that such benefits exist. As the cliche goes, show me the money. The developer has, on a couple of occasions, reported a snapshot number representing employees on payroll at the Speedway. This has not been broken down, and no specifics for anticipated annual numbers has been forthcoming. There appears to be an assumed economic benefit with no obvious substance to the claim. You will hear comments like, think of the money coming into the community. We ask, what money? It would seem that gate receipts go to the owner, concession profits to the owner, perhaps some goes to drivers, but how many drivers are from the local area? Is the owner from the local area? A cost-benefit breakdown for the community doesn't end well, and all negatives listed still exist. The third false impression is around water. The developer's proposal is to utilize their own well water for the RV park and not the Black Creek Oyster Bay system. This is not so much a choice as it has been imposed due to the present moratorium on new BCOB hookups. This, however, does not take water availability out of the discussion. The water drawdown on other local wells has not been determined. The proposed well system may not tap the aquifer that supplies the Black Creek Oyster Bay system, but what other wells rely on the aquifer the proposed wells would be drawing from? If the BCOB finds another source, where will it be located? If the moratorium is lifted, will the development immediately apply for connection, and does that need to be factored in? The regional district is looking for a new source, and the private Huachuco system, about 400 sites, is also part of the potential plan. And what's likely to happen with climate change? All these things indicate that water is an issue regardless of whether BCOB water is a part of the initial plan or a future variable. Fourthly, during our presentation on the 14th to the EASC, it was revealed that, although not officially received yet, the CVRD had received a petition with a large number of complex supporters, as well as our petition listing the opposite. Our group has never claimed that short track auto racing or drag racing is unpopular. We only claim it to be unpopular with many local residents. Finding people who like auto racing would not be a difficult task. This is not a market research program on the popularity of auto racing. It is local citizens who are affected. Local citizens, according to the CVRD's own website, are the ones given the opportunity to be heard should this proceed to public hearing. It is local property owners who are impacted if this rezoning proposal is approved, not motorsport enthusiasts. It is a decision that affects local residents directly. The emissions, the traffic, the toll on infrastructure, the noise, all land squarely on area residents. Speaking of supporters, a glowing referral letter was submitted by the Saratoga and Miracle Beach Residents Association, membership of 5, and some of them complained they were not consulted. We ask that you consider that letter in that light, as it does not reflect the views of many local residents. Next on our list, the much talked about noise issue. Residents and communities all over North America have been battling racetracks and racing associations about excessive noise for decades. A short internet search makes that abundantly clear. Some have been settled through court action involving fines and imposed sound limits, and some have resulted in noise abatement agreements. And some have not been settled at all, and the battles continue. It seems ludicrous that strict noise limits are placed upon commercial activities and then don't apply to recreational activities. If fences, berms, and tree planting could solve the problem, then all of those battles across North America would have ended long ago. If California's 95 decibel rule were sufficient, there would be no complaints from those residents either. Noise abatement measures may render the present racetrack noise a little less objectionable somewhere, but it will never be anything other than objectionable. We note that Island Health's referral letter has stated concerns about noise and its negative impact on human function, contradicting the Pacific Sound Acoustics report that in their whirlwind visit suggested that the limited testing they did produced an acceptable result. These contrasting views must be examined closely. Lastly, it has been stated that there is no need to consult a local area plan for Area C to decide on this very significant rezoning application. The current draft local area plan from 2017 was very clear in stating its wishes for the community. At that time, we determined we wanted to maintain the peaceful setting of the community by protecting the values that attracted people in the first place. This includes the Oyster River, the beaches, and the rural nature of the community. It is clear that we need a completed local area plan, and this plan needs to be completed prior to implementation of the bylaw in question. Community engagement needs to direct our future. The Speedway and drag racing complex compromises our environmental and community values. We must complete a local area plan that protects our agriculture and ecosystems, respects water resources, minimizes noise, and ensures the rural character of our community. In the face of major global changes like CO2 emissions, we must take the path to a livable and sustainable future. There are many fundamental concerns about this rezoning which have been raised: water stewardship, environmental damage, traffic and road, infrastructure degradation, noise, and related health concerns. To date, the CVRD has relied on the applicant's information about these concerns. There has been no independent review of these important issues. The citizens of Black Creek do not have the funds and resources to investigate these issues thoroughly, nor should they have to. The CVRD has a duty to investigate these matters and not rely on the developer's information and assurances. We hope we have made a compelling case and ask you to vote against moving bylaw 683 forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for the presentation. Are you open to questions?
Yes, please.
Any questions from the board? Dr. Grant?
I just have a question for staff. This issue has come up in our community because there's a lot of people that really enjoy going to the Speedway. And so it was my understanding that the Speedway portion of this was grandfathered in. And I wonder if staff could just clarify, because I'm kind of hearing something different here. So.
Thank you, Director. And I'll ask Alana Mullally, our General Manager of Planning and Development Services, to to address that question about the speedway itself.
Thanks very much, James. Through Chair Kettler, the speedway as a use has lawful non-conforming status under our zoning. So that means that that use can continue on the property despite it not presently being recognized in the way that the applicant is seeking.
Any further questions?
Sure, sorry. Through the chair. Can we also make a comment regarding that?
Well, it's really about you doing a presentation and then us asking the questions. So it's not an extended presentation.
Okay.
Dr. Maureen?
Just a quick question. So does that mean it's, sorry, it's for staff, does that mean it's lawfully non-conforming as it exists currently? And so there would not be any change or adjustment to the operation currently? Allowable?
Through the chair. So I think I'm understanding your question in, as it's operating currently, as in the current footprint. Is that where you're headed?
Yeah, I guess the current footprint. Yeah, I guess that's what I would mean.
So the proposed bylaw that came in front of the rural director shows an area where we're suggesting the race track be considered, and that's based on the existing footprint of that racetrack.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hamir?
Thanks, Chair. A question to the concerned citizens. I'm hearing, historically the track was used in a certain way, a certain number of days of activity, and that currently that is no longer the same. Would you be able to just say, especially if you have personal knowledge of this, what the change has been like for you as neighbors?
I first moved to Black Creek in 1971. I think the racetrack started in 68. And it was a small local group that were having entertainment racing on the track. And the frequency was not great in those days. It's expanded a little bit over time. But generally speaking, I talked to Paul Hargraves, the former owner, about this. The racing was on Saturdays and practices was on Thursdays. So that was predictable. And over all that time with the previous owner, in spite of living now about a kilometer away from the track, I never complained. You'd find no record of that. However, when the new owners took over, it's become totally unacceptable. It's hard to talk to anybody outside. You can't have a social gathering in your yard. And even inside, the noise from the track is disconcerting. And I think those health recommendations from Island Health have reflected our situation. So not pleasant.
There's also documented through a letter, I think that was submitted to the CBRD, that there was noted times that in this past season, we were increased up to at least 6 out of the 7 days. And that was related to a lot of unscheduled rentals that were unpredictable. So you would plan your barbecue or what have you, and then we'd have to shut it down because you couldn't speak or have a conversation outside. That is to us certainly, increasing the amount of use on a scale or to an extent or degree greater than what the time of the adoption of that land use was all about. Things have changed. And I think if you went back to the number of complaints in the CVRD received this past year compared to previous years, you would clearly see that something has dramatically changed.
Just one other thing. When I was talking to Paul Hargraves, he indicated that he had documentation that was essentially an agreement between the regional district and the Speedway to operate under those conditions. Now, I understand it hasn't been located at the regional district, but I'm hoping we can find one with Paul Hargraves so they've got that information. And just as another aside, the racetrack under the non-conforming legal designation is still a primary use, but it's only authorized as a secondary use.
Okay. Any further questions? All right. Thank you so much for bringing forward your concerns today. So we're on receipt of the delegation. Thank you. All in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? And that's carried. And so we move on. We had a application for a late delegation. So just before we do that, it requires approval of at least 2/3 of the board in order to accept the late delegation. Grant and Hillian, thank you. All in favor of the approval of the late delegation? And any opposed? And that's carried. Okay. So we'll welcome Curtis Scoville to the same seats as the other delegation. We have 10 minutes to present, and then there'll be questions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for accepting me as late delegate. My name is Curtis Scoville, for those of you who don't know me. Sporting a glorious beard, but it's kind of covered up by this. That's something new for most of you. I am speaking with regard to the same zoning amendment application as that involves the Saratoga Speedway. Bylaw 683. I won't go into all of the detailed language around that. I want to thank the directors for allowing for this, and I want to make it clear at the outset that I'm speaking in support of the above recommendations by staff, as well as in support of the decision that was voted on by the Electoral Area Services Committee. And I am speaking as a concerned resident that lives just 640 meters from the track surface itself, where I have lived for the past 16 years. It's vitally important that this application receive first and second reading, and that it goes. It's very hard to lick your fingers with these stupid masks on, so just bear with me. It's vitally important that this application receive first and second reading, and that it go to a public hearing for the entire community to have a fair opportunity to voice and register their concerns and opinions, both in support and in opposition. Before I go further, I want to thank the Saratoga Speedway Complex concerned citizens for highlighting so many meaningful issues relating to the operation of the Saratoga Speedway in our community. I also want to thank the regional district staff for their staff reports on May 5th and February 9th of this year. I am always amazed by the staff's attention to detail and their patience. I am very grateful that we have the staff to be able to make sense of the endless details and protocols that are necessary to process these kinds of applications. I want to thank the applicant for funding the reports to date to address campground design, water, traffic and access, rainwater management, noise mitigation, public transit, biophysical assessment, and community amenities. I also want to thank the many external referral parties that offered their comments to ensure that every practical measure is explored to make this zoning amendment a net positive outcome for the community. I want to acknowledge that both the regional district staff reports have thus far determined that this zoning amendment application and the enhancements that it is intended to permit are consistent with both the regional growth strategy and the official community plan, and you can see that in their reports. I want to acknowledge that the regional growth strategy and the official community plan, they allow for a variety of interpretations and visions. Thank goodness that they do, for we would be living in a very dull and predictable world if those documents became the instruments by which everyone who disagrees over their interpretation could simply cancel our freedoms and creativity preemptively. I want to acknowledge that the February 9th staff report recommended that the Electoral Area Services Committee give first and second reading to this application and that the Regional District Board schedule a public hearing. After lengthy debate at the Electoral Area Services Committee, they voted to support that staff recommendation. I want to assert that based upon my 15 years of active community service with our Residents Association, as well as the alternate director for Barry Miniker before Edwin, and again for Director Grieve, that I have enjoyed the opportunity to develop a deep respect for the checks and balances that make our public process as a regional district work well. And that I have a higher opinion of the accountability and the fiscal responsibility of the regional district framework than I do of the municipalities. No offense to the municipal directors, my apologies. I don't have insight into your systems. The average citizen of the Valley, unfortunately though, has no real clear idea on just how accountable the regional district actually is. Therefore, with everything here that I've acknowledged, I want to share that I believe that this zoning amendment application is crucially important as an opportunity to remind all of us about the design, purpose, and discipline of this public application process. It's crucial enough for me to consider resigning my roles as the chair of the local residents association and as Director Grieve's alternate director, so as to make it crystal clear that I am speaking as a private individual who believes wholeheartedly in a disciplined public consultation process. I want to highlight the words disciplined, public, consultation, and process. Because after observing the debate at the February 14th Electoral Area Services Committee between the delegation and the directors, I believe that the discipline is being undermined by an overly zealous delegation and that the public process is at risk of being canceled prematurely. Everything that I read in the CVRD staff reports, the referral party comments, and especially what I hear from the other delegation, make it loud and clear that this zoning amendment application, including the campground aspect of it, deserves a public hearing. How else is it going to receive a public consultation process? All of the residents of Saratoga and Miracle Beach, of Black Creek, of Merville, of Oyster Bay, of Area C, and the Comox Valley deserve an open and fair process to hear each other, to voice their opinions, and to see the directors listening to everyone. The Saratoga Speedway Complex concerned citizens cannot properly offer that open and fair public process. The Saratoga and Miracle Beach Residents Association cannot properly offer that open and fair public process. And I, as a lone delegate here today, certainly cannot offer an open and fair public process. Only the regional district can do that. And the only way for you as the board of directors to properly hear from everyone concerned is to support your chief administrative officer and his staff and their recommendation that you give this application first and second reading and that it proceed to a public hearing. Now, I beg this board's forgiveness because I expect that most of you already knew most of this, but I'm not truly here for your benefit. I'm here to help the delegations, the audience, the media, and the wider community better understand just how responsible, equitable, inclusive, fair, and trustworthy government deals with situations where not everyone is going to agree. I appreciate that all of you, and I mean those of you around this board, are under daily scrutiny and pressure to do what is right and good. But I also appreciate that you are blessed with a public process at your disposal that relieves you of the burden of having to know every answer, of figuring out every solution, and having to anticipate the unintended consequences of our collective decision-making. I urge this board to engage the public hearing process, both for your own relief and to the benefit of the many residents of the Comox Valley who are far too busy managing their lives to form a delegation that tries to head off the very process that is designed to serve our local democracy and provide for good governance. Thank you again for this opportunity to share my views about how we can best manage this as a fair and open process. Look at that, 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Oh.
And are you open to questions?
I'll do my best.
Okay, Director Arbor, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate the passion with which you delivered your delegation, and it's good to hear that side of the story. I would highlight that part of the public process you describe is the opportunity for directors to turn down public hearings if they so wish, and that is also part of the public process. It's available, and that's why we have elected officials that can decide whether to go down the road with an applicant in the community to fully explore a topic or to kill it early. And that is all part of the public process. I do know that you're here as a resident, but there has been questions both at the last meeting and this meeting around, which is a question I have. In the package that we received, you are signing on behalf of the Saratoga Resident Association. And there's been questions as to the relevancy and the membership of that association. So my question is this a relevant organization, and how many members does it have?
Is already still on. First of all, I would like to point out that none of the critics of Sambra actually called and asked any questions before launching their public attack. And so I take offense to that. I'm the
Please
chair
be
and nobody
quiet in
called
the
me, so
audience.
keep it quiet in the peanut gallery.
Please keep quiet in the audience. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify that, because if they had, I would have explained to them that it was publicly voted by the Sambra that the best way for us to manage the ebb and flow of all the people that attend occasionally our meetings, and to be able to ensure that we were able to have a quorum of our members when we have an AGM, was for the elected directors to be the members. So when they say we have 5 members, what they're really saying is we have 5 directors who are elected. And we don't maintain a membership list. That doesn't make us irrelevant. Usually our meetings are very well attended. Director Grieve can attest that when we do have meetings, they're very well attended. Another aspect that I would respond to is the timing of meetings. We don't have, as our terms of reference, any necessity to meet on a regular basis. As a society, we have to have an AGM. And so of late, we have been tending to have meetings when there's a reason to have a meeting. Another aspect of Sambra's philosophy is that when the regional district is on top of a particular issue, like it clearly is with this one, we don't try to create an alternative forum, if you will. I actually believe, and at present, or at least the last time I was elected chair, the consensus of the directors of Sambra was that it's better not to interfere with what the CVRD is doing and to direct people to this process. I can probably answer it in several other ways. The short answer is yes, we're very relevant. And just like you guys, we're open to criticism.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing and seeing none, say thank you for your presentation,
Thank you.
and we're on receipt. All in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we're moving on to reports. First, we have Extreme Weather Warming Center update. Arbor and Hamir, thank you. And I'll pass it to staff.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm pleased to introduce Carrie McIntyre, our Emergency Planning Coordinator, who will provide an update on the Emergency Warming Center activities this past winter. And I understand Nicole Morrison is unable to attend. So we'll turn the floor over to Carrie, who I think also has a PowerPoint presentation to go with this.
Want to address that?
Sure. So this, sorry, Carrie, before you get going on your presentation, this board meeting today was about a couple of delegations that presented, as you've just seen, and the opportunity there is for a question and answer with the delegations themselves. Later on today's agenda will be the recommendations that are coming forward from our Electoral Area Services Committee meeting held a couple of weeks back, and that's where the board will be deciding whether or not to proceed with the application. If it does proceed, then there will be an opportunity for a public hearing. I believe that public hearing is set to be scheduled at the next board meeting. And I don't have a date yet for that, but it would be weeks beyond that because we have advertising requirements and other opportunities. It would be that opportunity there for the public to provide commentary to the application.
Dr. Arbor.
I'm wondering if it's possible to vary the agenda to bring the item forward. If it's within our purview, because we have a lot of people that also have lives, and I'm not sure they want to stick through the next 5 items.
Since we've already received this item, we should follow through with the extreme weather
Sounds
report,
good.
but we could
After.
consider variation after. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Go ahead. We can't hear you. Are you there? Oh, no, you're still muted. Hold on, we'll try and fix that. It looks like you're unmuted from our end. Can you try something on your end, Carrie? No, maybe it's your headset. She's in the building. She wants to come down.
Carrie, may I suggest you unplug your headset and just see if that works?
No, we still can't hear you.
Carrie, I think Jake has come down to suggest that you come into the boardroom if you'd like, unless this is what's going to work.
Okay, one more try.
Oh, we hear you.
Okay, sorry, I'm not sure what that was. I haven't changed my settings at all, but patience with technology, right?
Yeah, no problem. It happens.
Okay, thank you for your patience. I'll get right to it. So thank you for having me here today. My name is Carrie McIntyre. I'm the Emergency Planning Coordinator with the Comox Valley Emergency Program. I am here without my co-presenter, Nicole Morrison, who does send her respectful regrets. And so I'll just get going and start talking about the Extreme Weather Warming Center. But before I do that, I wanted to just make sure that everyone understood what a warming center is and offer a bit of context behind why the Comox Valley was compelled to open an emergency extreme weather warming center over the winter holiday period. So what is a warming center? Basically what it is, it's a short-term, low-barrier emergency center of refuge. Ideally, they are centrally located in a community facility like a rec center or church with access to a transit route. with access to a transit route. They typically are activated by local governments when an extreme weather event is coming in or temperatures pose a risk to life safety or risk of injury due to exposure. On site, you'll often find trained staff or volunteers serving hot beverages and snacks, providing access to washrooms and hygiene supports. Some centers offer access to donated items like clothing. There's often laundry or dryer services. Sometimes there's even activities and access to other public health programs and services from the community. A warming center is not the same as a shelter or a group lodging facility, so it is important to make that distinction because warming centers do not require that patrons register. Their belongings are not searched, for example, if they'd like to stay there, and they're welcome to come and go in a warming center for as long as those hours of operations are active. So some context behind why the Comox Valley Emergency Program stood up a warming center this winter. And there was a lot going on at that time. You might remember there was a lot of snow on the ground. There was a provincial state of emergency, which had been declared, and that was as a result of several of those atmospheric river events that we all experienced that was causing all kinds of damage and chaos across the province. On December 21st of 2021, Environment Canada issued an extreme weather alert, which essentially compels governing bodies across the province to take action to protect their residents and infrastructure. And here in the Comox Valley, we did this, and we all do this in an emergency program by following the BC Emergency Management Systems goals, which you'll see on the bottom right of the slide. And those are meant to be addressed in the order that they appear. The first four being around the safety and health of citizens and responders. The last four address the protection of assets and infrastructure. So while this was occurring, existing shelter services also across the province and locally were reporting that they were already at capacity or their services, their ability to provide services were overwhelmed. And this compelled Emergency Management BC to take on a role that they don't normally play in the realm of shelter, which is usually fulfilled by BC Housing. And we saw this mirrored at the regional and local level as well, as we saw EOCs and emergency programs standing up to coordinate with community organizations to increase the capacity of warming centers in their home communities. So all of this to say the compounding impacts of the pandemic certainly limited our ability to house or shelter or bring folks into warming centers just because there was limited capacity in some of those spaces. And there was also a notice that went out from the BC Centre for Disease Control, releasing warning statements to local governments that widespread disruptions to the illicit drug supply chain meant increased risk of toxicity of substances, therefore poisoning and risk of death. This is because all of those supply chain routes were also disrupted, and it created a surge in what we, for lack of a better term, backyard chemists. So all of these threats and risks combine certainly assured that the Comox Valley Emergency Program, when we requested supports to open up an emergency extreme weather warming center, that the task number was approved. And then we were able to start coordinating with other community groups who had the capacity to support this endeavor and move forward from there. So here we are, we're at the point of roles and responsibilities, and this is important. So the emergency program role reflects that shared legislated responsibility and adherence to BSEMS. And we do that together with the province under the Emergency Program Act. And our responsibilities as an emergency program is to provide that administrative support to the warming center, to receive guidance and administration from the Comox Valley Emergency Program Administration Committee, and to continue coordinating any efforts with our partners to support a warming center. CVEP also work closely with the CVRD and Emergency Management BC Finance on the expense authorization form process. Those are key pre-approval processes that create transparency around the resources being requested. And it also ensures that the CVRD is fully reimbursed for those associated costs. We also work closely with communication branch, of course, to develop that internal and external messaging, provide those timely updates to community and our partners. And all of those were informed by the ongoing documentation and reporting processes. Lastly, the safety and liability considerations of staff and guests remained a central focus of all of our efforts with the warming center throughout the duration of the event. So on the right, you'll see the list of services provided by the service provider, which was Nicole Morrison and her team. We were fortunate to have found Nicole Morrison, who agreed to take on the management of the on-site operations and services at the warming center. The first time Nicole and I met was by phone on December 25th. She was gracious enough to take my call on Christmas, just before she was serving Christmas dinner to her family, and then called me back as soon as she was done, so that we could start planning to open the warming center the next day on December 26th. So what were the results? All of the results, I'd like to give most of the credit to Nicole and her amazing team as the contracted service provider. We're in charge of on-site operations. She and her staff operated the warming center between December 26th and January 12th. And those were overnight shifts, so 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. They managed the on-site delivery of outreach and peer support workers, scheduling of security, cleaning services, donations management. We had some 270 patrons across the warming centers, and they all received services which were continuously adapted and improved based on patron feedback. Some of those patrons were provided wages through as peer support workers, working in tandem with the outreach workers to help make the space welcoming and safe for everyone there. Others were provided with a stipend to work in the kitchen, on cleanup, waste removal crews, and these extra services certainly fostered good relationships with the facility staff, adjacent businesses, and residents as well. So this warming center operated across 3 locations. We started here at the Harmston building in the Civic Room where you all are now, and then it moved quickly over to the Salvation Army Cornerstone building, and then lastly at the Salvation Army Church. That logistical process of standing up and demobilizing this center 3 times, we normally don't like to even do it twice, with little notice, certainly contributed to the success of this being a turnkey operation. I also just noted that staff and volunteers provided snacks and refreshments, and I want to acknowledge all the donated meals from many local businesses. It certainly would have been not as pleasant for the patrons to stay there if it wasn't for all those delicious meals that they were enjoying from those local partners. Certainly too many to address here. So just a quick tour. This is what it was like when we were staying at the Harmston building. That's the snow that was outside, as you might all remember. And we tried to make the space as functional, as welcoming as possible. Probably wasn't the most ideal space for a warming center, but we certainly learned more as we moved on to those other 2 locations that I already mentioned. The top 2 pictures there are from the Cornerstone building, the Salvation Army invited us to use. And then because everything went so well at Cornerstone, they invited us to open the operation at the Salvation Army Church. So last bit here, just wanted to share that there are still advanced planning efforts going on within the CVRD and with CBEP to a plan for extreme cold and heat events. Especially as they increase in frequency and intensity. We're also receiving a lot of requests to do presentations on the lessons learned from our Extreme Weather Warming Center, and that's from our partners within the CVRD and of course external partners as well. So going forward, what to expect. We'll continue to gather knowledge as part of our efforts to learn more about how to do this well and how to do this better. That includes looking at some of those after action reports and lessons learned from some of our neighboring jurisdictions. The Strathcona Regional District and City of Victoria have been excellent resources and very open to sharing their lessons learned as well. And we'll continue to gather lessons learned from those with lived and living experience who've been actually the patrons of the warming centers in the Comox Valley. Also, we'll be establishing a multi-sector extreme weather planning group. We're committed to not duplicating the workload of all of those community partners. So we've been invited to learn and listen during existing dialogues and initiatives that are, for example, through the Strengthening Communities grant, some of the work that's going on there. There's a coalition-led peer working group as well, meeting with the Welcoming Communities Coalition to ensure that we're considering the voices of newcomers in our planning, as well as I'll be meeting with the Accessibility Committee at the end of the month. All of this will be incorporated into the development of an extreme weather center operational guidelines, not just for the Comox Valley Emergency Program. It'll certainly be a benefit to our municipal partners and rights holders like the Comox First Nation, because all of us might be in the position one day to be opening a warming or a cooling center. So best to share all of that information from the ground up. The guidelines will include templates and guidance on public messaging, as well as a playbook for service providers or frontline organizations who may be brought in as partners to operate these extreme weather centers. So I'll stop there just to say that the image on the right is meant to be humorous, but also an acknowledgement that long after the event is over, the work continues. So we've been continuing to work with CVRD staff, working collaboratively on the administration and accounting and all of those processes that are involved in getting a successful reimbursement from the province. Getting through that provincial audit process with EMBC is key here. So just need to acknowledge that this hasn't just been an emergency program initiative. It's certainly been, everybody's been touched at the CVRD. So that's everything for me. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And we do have some lights on already if you're able to answer some questions for us.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Starting with Director Arbor.
Thank you. And I think only CVRD staff would look at a picture of a stack of paper and find it humorous. Most of us would associate it with just pain. But yeah, amazing work. I'll premise my comments, and I realize some will see it as just me trying to score cheap points, but that is definitely not the intent. But I think that because of this presentation, it triggered a conversation I had with Dr. Maureen earlier, and I want to acknowledge that today is International Women's Day. And I do want to say how blessed I feel this term. And I even mentioned it on Denman this morning, you know, that we have 5 strong women of this board. That we have a balanced board, and that when I look at the work, when I came on the first night at the extreme weather on the December 26th. It was a painfully cold night and snowy as well. And I got to meet the Comox Valley Street Outreach. Is that their name, the group?
Correct.
And, you know, they were telling about how they knew a lot of the, you know, they were outreaching to a lot of homeless people that were struggling with this weather and just raising the awareness that we were opening extra space. And those were 3, they call themselves, one of them called themselves the 3 angels of the night. And I thought that was just brilliant. They said that actually that's one of the homeless people that gave them that name. Because it's not just for this event, like I think every Friday they go around the Comox Valley and try to find supports. And I was also floored by, you know, seeing our staff on December 26th and how he was there, you know, and everyone just congregating around the need during the holiday and you know, for people to put in the volunteers to put in 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. during the holidays is just so commendable. So I just want to say how much appreciation I have for the work. And then my question maybe to staff is your 3 items sound really good. And in the go forward, is this, should we expect that this is something that will live under the emergency service, or you know, we have the emergency shelter service, or there's a lot of questions around some of our social oriented work, but is this something that it will best live under the emergency service going forward?
Thanks, Director Arbor. I can try to take that. And with respect to the information that Carrie's provided and the extreme weather protocols, yes, this is an emergency program service. With respect to the homelessness support service, the land acquisition, emergency shelter land acquisition service, we had a report to the board last year on the service review for the homelessness support service. And there's a number of actions coming out of that, recommendations coming out of that. We'll hear more about that on today's agenda. And I think that may be a place where some of your questions might be answered in regard to the other important aspects to what Carrie's been touching on.
Next, we have Director Hamir.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Carrie, for the presentation. It brought back all kinds of memories. The way Director Arbor described, I had an opportunity to come I think the following day. I think we all took turns. Director Maureen and Director Hillian, I think, also came. So got to see it firsthand, you know, and the way that you and Nikki and the team kind of recreated made this space into a more homey space. I much appreciated the use of our screens to turn into like fireplaces. That was a really lovely touch. And the reason I'm bringing that up is, you know, I was hearing from people who were coming in off the street, how very different it felt for them. And I don't think it was just because the space was different. It felt like they were also being handled very differently than what they were used to. I wonder if you can speak to the approach that Nikki and her team took when working with people who were coming into WARM.
Thank you, Director Hamir, and through the chair. Yes, I think that was one of the blessings of working with Nicole and her team is they brought that outreach lens and they brought that outreach experience. I think the patrons coming in saw familiar faces in the team that Nikki brought to the warming center. So they weren't being greeted by strangers, and they were being greeted with familiarity. And in a lot of ways, they didn't have to explain what their needs were, or they weren't shy to speak up if their needs weren't being met because they felt safe enough to do so. And so I think that's a big part of the emergency program or other planning with, not for, so that you have those voices of lived and living experience in the room. And I include the outreach and peer support workers in that, rather than, you know, if it was just up to me, I probably would have gotten it wrong more than once.
Great. I think that speaks so much to our driver on community partnerships. And if I may have a second question, I see lots of lights on, so I'll just, you've mentioned the report that you're writing the operational guidelines, and I'm wondering, you know, we can't predict what the year is going to turn out to be, but in the future, if we ever have another heat dome like we did in 2021, I'm wondering what kind of learnings you've had from the cold, extreme cold center that might apply to, you know, a cooling center. Have you been able to put your mind to that, the extrapolation?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think one of the things from an operational perspective, we're certainly seeking more clarification from the province as to where our responsibilities lie under the Act or under which programs would support the cooling center, because warming centers and cooling centers are a bit of a gray area. And so I know the province is working right now on providing a little bit more clarification on roles and responsibilities at the local government level. So certainly waiting for that as well, because that will inform a lot of our planning processes. But in terms of the lessons learned from the warming center itself, I think advanced planning is key, which is what we're going to be doing going forward. And that relationship building with service providers and organizations that already serve the most vulnerable communities is probably the biggest takeaway for me. And I think, and I would speak for the emergency program in general, where we've all really witnessed how important it is to build relationships first before the event occurs, and that relationships really do move at the speed of trust.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Hillian.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll just beg the board's indulgence, as I had oral surgery on Friday and my mouth is full of stitches and strange apparatus. So I'll probably be even more inarticulate than usual. So Carrie, thanks very much to you and your team. I do believe this was an amazing effort, but I just want to get a bit of a context, because you spoke about 270 people served and over 17 days, I worked that out to be about 16 clients per night. We also would have had, I believe, 10 beds operational at the Connect Warming Center. And if I'm not mistaken, the Salvation Army shelter has, I believe, in the neighborhood of 18 regular beds and 20 emergency beds. So would it be accurate to say that those were the numbers of people being served across those 3 separate facilities?
Through the chair, sorry, can you rephrase that last bit of your question?
Well, I just want to get a sense of whether the other 2 centers were full. I'm assuming that's why we got the go ahead to have funding for this center to start up. And I don't know to what extent you would have been in touch with the people operating those other 2 centers and keeping in tabs on how they were doing, who had space and that type of thing.
Correct. Okay, so sorry about that. I understand your question now. Yes, we were in regular contact as much as possible with the existing programs that offer shelter in the Comox Valley. And that is one of the main ways for us to be approved by EMBC to activate additional to access additional funds in order to create another program to support those that are most vulnerable, especially with the risk of frostbite and other concerns. So we would not have been approved under the Emergency Program Act if we were not able to show that those shelters were overwhelmed or at capacity.
Thanks. And just to clarify further, so there wasn't any sense of rivalry or hiring staff who were going from one center to another, because I know there's been challenges with labor supply for some of these programs during the pandemic. Particularly the Connect Center, I think, has been really challenged around the time we had the fire at the travel lodge and that type of thing. So I'm just wondering how you managed to get staff who presumably these are people who have other jobs and do this sort of thing and were able to make themselves available for this particular period of time.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, it was a challenge on December 25th, as you can imagine, to find staff. We did go to all of the shelter organizations first to ask them if they would be able to take this on, to become that service provider. And all of them indicated that they didn't have the capacity at the time to do that. Similar with our asks of the other municipalities, the capacity was not there, and everybody was already overwhelmed with needs, and so that is why we asked our friends at the coalition and through the health network if they had any suggestions of who else might be an appropriate service provider. And luckily they suggested Nicole Morrison, and that's how that relationship came to be in place.
Great. Thanks for the clarification. The reason that it's important to me is that we sometimes end up with different service providers with different funding streams operating in different facilities. And it's just reassuring to know that there was cooperation and there wasn't any sort of rivalry about who had the best shelter type of thing, given that everybody was stepping up and providing exceptional services to meet this very challenging need. So thanks for clarifying that.
Welcome.
Thanks. I've seen Doug DeMarzo's hand go up and down a few times, so I just wanted to give him the opportunity to add anything at this point.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Just wanted to add that, as part of our Emergency Operations Center, that's part of our job in Kerry and how we really stood up. And, given the weather conditions and the extreme weather of this situation, I think we would have found a way to open this to help support our population in the city, more or less, no matter what. So just a hats off to Kerry and Howie and our team for doing that. And it just worked out really great. And as Carrie has alluded to, we now have a playbook and some strategies to move forth in the future.
Thanks for that. We now go to Director Grave.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through to the acting CAO. I'm hearing some alarm bells going off here. Did I hear you say that this is paid for under the Emergency Preparedness Service? Is that correct?
The coordination of these activities falls into the Emergency Program Service. There is funding that's been available, and maybe Carrie or Doug can elaborate on the funding that was available for this activity for the extreme weather protocols. But the coordination of the activities, Carrie and Howie and the team at the CVRD, that is the Comox Valley Emergency Program Service that has helped to coordinate this event.
Okay, the reason I am concerned, and probably the public does not know this, is that service is paid for with taxation only from areas A, B, and C, with Courtney and Comox contributing through contract. And if I'm not mistaken, at the last budget meeting, we were told that we are already at maximum requisition on this service. So should we, I mean, obviously there's government funding, senior government funding that we can get if we check off all the boxes correctly. But in essence, our back is to the wall with this service. Should we, have some other, who knows at this day and age what kind of calamities might be waiting around the corner, but we are totally maxed out without the help of the province, correct?
So the Function 270, which is the Comox Valley Emergency Program Service, you're right, includes electoral areas A, B, and C as participants. And Courtney, Comox, and Cumberland all participate by way of contract, and they all contribute based on the same formula in terms of assessed value. So there's equal contributions. As for the budget that was presented, I can't remember if it was in mid.
Yeah, it was right at the wall.
It's being presented to provide for the programs and opportunities that the board has asked for, and there is room within that budget to collect enough requisition. It is near the maximum, you're correct, and we have amended that service in recent years to increase the maximum, but it is something that we're always looking at to ensure that we have enough room for collecting the revenues needed to deliver the services that you're asking for.
So I'm just bringing it to the public's attention that should we have a series of events or something, we may be strapped in this service, correct?
Whenever we do open up,
if we can't borrow money from another service.
That's correct. Regional district rules require that we keep our services in their own budgets. Whenever we do open an EOC, though, we are looking to provincial funding to help deliver those services under an emergency.
As always, we're children of the province. Thank you.
Doug, do you want to add anything? No? Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, this was just an update for receipt. And I want to just say an extra thank you to Carrie and Nicole for the good work that they've been doing.
Thank you.
All in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? That's carried, thank you. Okay, we're moving to vary the agenda to bring forward item G5, and it's been moved by Arbor, seconded by Hamir. And all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, we go to item G5. The Electoral Area Service Committee from February 14th. Hillian and Hamir, thank you. And that's the minutes. Is there any discussion on those minutes? Yeah, the minutes from February 14th. And all in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? That's carried. There's recommendation 1.
Second.
Moved by Brad, seconded by Cole Hamilton. Any discussion on those minutes regarding Hornby Island Community Hall Service Area Conservation and Establishment Bylaw? And it's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. We're on to recommendation 2. Grant and McCollum, thank you. And this is regarding future expenditure reserve, Bain Sound Community Facilities. Any further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. On to recommendation 3. Grant and Hamir, thank you. And this is regarding development variance permit for Fannie Bay Holdings. It's a vote of the areas. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Move 5.
We're on 4.
Move 5 after 4.
Grant and Arbor on 4, and that's another development variance permit for Braun. Is that correct? Yes. And a further discussion? Oh, Director Hamir, go ahead.
I'll just let the board know that I did vote against this, primarily because at our last update of our bylaws, we had increased the maximum height from 6 to 7 meters. And in no short order, we're now seeing applications to go way above 7. And so as this was a brand new design, it wasn't building on top of a structure. I felt it really didn't warrant us moving all the way from 7 to 7.6. So I'll continue to vote against it, but just wanted to explain in case the rest of the board didn't hear.
Thank you for that background. Any further discussion? Okay, again, it's a vote of the areas. All in favor? Any opposed? Hamir opposed. Thank you. That's carried.
I'll move 5 again.
We have 5, Grieve and Grant. And this is giving first and second reading to bylaw number 683, Rural Comox Valley Zoning Bylaw 520. Any further discussion? Director Grieve.
Thanks very much. First of all, I would like to thank both the delegations today. We can see that this is a very divisive and strongly felt issue in my constituency. Yeah, I would say that, democracy is slow. Democracy is expensive. Democracy is complicated. Winston Churchill said something along the lines that it's the worst form of government except when you compare it to all others. I know there's everybody in this gallery here would love to have a chance to speak. I think there's an opportunity at a public hearing, and don't get me wrong, the public hearing is not the decision point. The decision point comes at third reading, where it can either be rescinded, sent back for revisions, or denied outright at that point. But in the very least, I want to hear from everyone. I want to hear from the old, the young, the rich, the poor, the short and the tall. We've got to hear from them all. And the only way is through a public hearing. I don't know what's happened to us in the past few years, but it's like, I guess it's the instant age of this stuff and everything else, but we tend to want to rush everything. I think it's important that we take a step back and let the process unfold. I don't know whatever happened to the old axiom that I'm completely opposed to what you have to say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. I think this is a golden opportunity to listen to the public, to hold a public hearing, and to get a real read on what the whole community has to say. After that public hearing, we reconvene at an open meeting and we discuss whether to move forward, whether to absolutely call it quits at that point, or whether to go back and take the best points we heard at the public hearing and work them into the project. So I'm asking everybody, please let's uphold our democracy. Please allow everybody a voice, not just the loud voices, but the quiet voices too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Hamir.
Thanks. My question is actually to staff. I'm wondering if you could clarify between now and if this recommendation was to go forward to public hearing, would the applicant have a chance to change their proposal at all? We've heard, a number of concerns from the community. And between now and then, is there an option for the applicant to present those concerns before it's presented at public hearing, or what are the points of change?
Thanks, Director. And I'll ask Alana Mullally to respond to that. I will preface that by saying that when the bylaws are given readings, those are the documents that will be taken to public hearing. Yeah, so if the bylaws are given in readings, then those are the documents that would be taken to public hearing and spoken on. But Alana, perhaps you can describe process prior to that.
Thanks very much, James. Through Chair Kettler, exactly. So we presented you with a package that reflected the applicant's proposal and reflected staff's input. And so that resulted in a proposed bylaw. So just as James is saying, if the applicant came forward and suggested to us that there was a change that he was seeking, then we'd work with him to see if there was an impact on the proposed bylaw. And if there was, we would need to come back to you with that because we would be departing from what we put in front of you for first and second reading. I guess maybe a next piece on that, because there is input, you will hear input if you proceed to public hearing from both the applicant as well as the attendees at the public hearing and any individuals who send in comments. If you are seeking an amendment or a change within the proposed zoning bylaws, you may certainly do that, right? Based on what you hear at the public hearing, you would direct staff to go back, make some amendments, specific or otherwise, but bring you back something that would reflect the interest that you heard and the interest that you wanted conveyed through the zoning. And we would then back to the drawing board or, in whole or in part, come back to you with another proposed bylaw and recommend new readings. So it can be that iterative.
Could I have a subsequent?
Go ahead.
Would that mean then a second public hearing all over again?
Through Madam Chair, yes. So if you make changes to a bylaw following new information that you receive, for example, at the public hearing, we would come back, make those changes, and then we would ask you again to take it back out for public hearing. There is, under the Local Government Act, there are some some restrictions on our behavior. And that's one of the reasons that we let the public know. We want the public to understand that if they want to be heard by you, and if they want their input considered as part of your decision making, they need to get it to us before the public hearing or at the public hearing prior to the close of that meeting.
Sorry, one more question. Prior to the staff presentation on the bylaw, I know I and the other directors were copied on numerous emails, just describing some of the issues that the community had. And I'm wondering if those are part of the record, if those had been shown to the proponent, and if the proponent had had a chance to look at those prior to submission to us.
Through Madam Chair to the director. So you might recall that we came to you initially in the spring and asked for your approval to go out and do our external agency consultation. And then we reported back to you with the findings of that consultation. We focused on the comments that we'd received from the agencies. And you might remember in Jody McLean's report, him referencing sort of a summary around the nature of the public commentary that we received. So 2 pieces to that. One, all of that public commentary is absolutely part of the public record and will form part of what we call the public hearing binding. So that's all of the, binder. That's all of the information that will be available for you to consider as you make decisions. The second part of that was on the external agency piece. All of that material has already been provided to the applicant.
Okay, just to clarify, were those emails also, or the form of the emails, or what the concerns are, was that provided to the applicant?
Through Madam Chair, the applicant will be provided with the content of that public hearing binder. I keep saying binder prior to the public hearing. So he'll have an opportunity to digest, consider, and have that full information going into that hearing as well.
Okay, thank you. If I may just, make a comment to that in light of, what staff have just explained in terms of process. And in light of the delegations that we've had today, I thought I didn't hear, well, I heard a lot at the initial presentation on electoral areas. And my concerns around noise, around the use of the track and how it had increased, and that there is no way we as a regional district, I know my fellow directors know, we don't really have any powers in terms of limiting businesses. We don't have that the way that our municipal counterparts do. We don't have a noise bylaw specific to racetracks. And, yes, we are meant to be just looking at the campgrounds, but as was mentioned, this is now an entire application of a large piece. I still have trouble with seeing us kind of making permanent a use that really does go against our strategic drivers around climate change. So, I'm already seeing, those kinds of problems, which I think the proponent already knew. And yet we were provided with a proposal that I think didn't really address those issues. So I'm still very hesitant to move this forward because, as Director Grieve has mentioned, this is a very divisive time. I'm seeing neighbors, speaking out against each other. This is a really emotional issue. I can imagine having to live with this type of noise, how that impacts your health. So, people are passionate on both sides. I would prefer to see a brand new proposal coming forward that addresses that before we go to public hearing and have the public be able to then see how the proponent had adjusted their application to hear and to meet the comments that the public have already made. It feels like a really unfortunate system to require us to go to 2 public hearings in order for a proponent to make the adjustment. So that for me still feels like the biggest hurdle of just, forcing community to speak out twice if the first obviously doesn't go. But I have a hard time understanding how this could go forward in the way that it is presented. So, for me, that's why I really am asking our directors if there's another way rather than proceeding as is. I'll leave my comment there.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Hamir and Dr. Grieve for the conversation that we started, last month, I guess. The way I see it is, it's stressful whenever there's topics like that arrive in communities, and our strength is to try to plow through them and arrive to a better place. And sometimes it doesn't work, and sometimes it's magical. So we've heard that we've received so many communications on this through the fall and over Christmas and now. And the conversation has started. So for me, the way I look at it is we are in a process of conversation right now around the future. And we have heard already, in fact, we passed a motion at the last CASC. We've kickstarted a second process, which could give us additional tools to regulate, which is to look at the noise bylaw and the applicability. So that's now in staff's hands to come back to us. The proponent is in the room and has heard the public feedback. At any time, they can decide to pull out as well. It's not just our decision. They could decide that maybe it's not there. Maybe they can come back. Maybe there's more conversations to be had around the noise bylaw. But for me, it's a live conversation right now, and I don't see the downfall of going to public hearing, because what we haven't heard as directors is the information presented, as Alana said, in a comprehensive manner. I figure I've probably seen half or 2/3 of the emails. Like, I don't know, right? Because sometimes the email would just go to Director Grieve, it might go to staff. Like, so for me right now, I have a sense that there's a lot of community interest, to put it mildly, in the issue, but I don't, I think if we want to arrive at a good decision, a public hearing is one more step, one final step to really receive that information, to have people come and present their views. Some of the questions I will have is, one of the things that we didn't get is how many are of the emails we received. Like, often it was maybe just a name. And I'll be curious, I know in Union Bay, like 15 years ago, when there was this huge controversy around Union Bay Estates and, zoning for 3,500 homes, for crying out loud. Talk about a point of division in the community that remains all these years later, because it ended up being a 50-50 thing. But what they did is, you actually had a sense of where the comments were coming from. How many were residents? How many were in Victoria? The information was structured in a way that it allowed directors to get a better sense of where the whole community was. So that's what I see as the value of the public hearing. I realize a lot of people don't want that. It's one more stress, but we heard from Alana that it sounds like the comments that were submitted don't have to be resubmitted. They're being captured in the binder. So for me, it's just to allow staff to take that final step and then to arrive at a decision. And I think conversations can keep going between staff and the proponent around some of the comments received. Maybe it's sufficient. There's a risk, to the proponent, and to us, I think it's a minimal risk to take it to that public hearing step and not stop the dialogue right now in the community in a way that we will gain from a more structured presentation of the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hamir?
Yeah, Director Arbor just tweaked, some information that I was able to pull from the hundreds of emails we did get over the winter months. I did my own analysis of those emails and, had 4 columns, for and against, and between for and against, local, as in from Macaulay Road, Saratoga, Miracle Beach, and away. And I did that for both sides. And I actually found a 2-to-1 against for the residents in the community that wrote to us. More than double the number of people who were against this than there were going forward. So this is what I'm kind of gauging already, the level of angst in the community. So, and if that was presented to the proponent, and this proposal still came forward as is, I really have trouble with it moving forward. So forcing the community to again email, well, those emails will be on record, yes, but as you mentioned, it's not fun, I'm sure, coming to the regional district and speaking at a public forum. I've had to do it myself when I was on the other side of this table. It's a very stressful time. So I will be voting against it again.
Director Arbor?
Question to staff, which is, it's, we mentioned that last time because we had a similar amount of people. Like it's good to see people. It's also more direct feedback. And the reason why I'm saying that right now is, can staff clarify? Because I know at the staff level, there's been conversation about what the public, which we don't see here, but what the public hearing will look like, whether it will be all in person, whether it will be on Zoom, whether we're going to hybridize it, whether we're going to have 2 sessions. So can staff give insight? Because I think for people during COVID, a lot of people have appreciated the online option, but a lot of people also want to be in person and speak their voice. So I'm just wondering if staff can comment on what the current thought is around what the public hearing would look like.
Thanks, Director. And Jake Martins is our General Manager of Corporate Services. And Jake's been giving some thought to this for sure.
Thank you, James, through the chair. Yeah, those details will be confirmed in the report that gets brought forward to the March 15th meeting, in which it looks to set the date and the location and delegate the public hearing to the electoral area directors. At this point, given the public interest that we've seen, we're certainly looking for a large facility that can host a large number of attendees. Whether we can incorporate a hybrid format in which Zoom is possible, that's undetermined at this point, but certainly in-person and written comments will absolutely be permitted. I can guarantee that.
Okay. So I'll call the question. Again, it's a vote of the areas. All in favor? Any opposed? Director Hamir opposed? That's carried. Okay, we're on to recommendation 6.
What's it?
We just received it, yeah.
Let's just get.
So yeah, it's number 6. That's the last one in this. And then we have to move back in the agenda anyway. So it's the Denman and Hornby Island High-Speed Internet Contribution Service. Any further discussion? Okay, it's a vote of full board. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So, yes, so we can take a 5-minute break. So come back at 5:35, please. Okay, I'll call you back to your seats. We'll have a dinner break later in the agenda. We still have a ways to go. So we did vary the agenda, so that jumps us back to G2. Arbor and Hamir, thank you. The Emergency Operations Center Policy Group tabletop exercise. I'll pass it to Sal.
Thank you very much. And I believe Howie Siemens are you presenting on this report with Callian? Okay, do you want to take the mic and you can introduce the representatives from Callian? Thanks, Howie.
Good, great, thanks. Thanks for the CEO, acting CEO to the chair. I'd just like to take an opportunity to introduce a couple of our representatives on Callian, which is the contractor that we've been using to develop a couple of major projects with this. One is the Fracture on Fifth earthquake exercise, as well as the training and orientation for the Emergency Operations Center policy group. So some of you participated in a tabletop exercise, an open discussion forum, and Steve Dowker and Vanessa Howard are here today to provide you an overview of that report. And in our report itself, which I'm just asking to receive, is the full report for your review.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I'll share my screen.
Yes, go ahead. You should be able to do that. We see it now. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. My name is Vanessa Howard. My colleague Steve Dowker was unable to stay on the line this evening, but it's my absolute honor and pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. While I and many of our team are here on Vancouver Island, Callian's headquarters are in Ottawa. And so we're a trusted resilience partner across Canada and internationally. And although we work in many industries, collectively, they present a vision of a resilient Canada. And we work with clients to give them the confidence they need to communicate, to innovate, to learn, and lead safe and healthy lives. The importance of the preparedness work that Howie has spoken about briefly in the introduction, that we've been so fortunate to participate with you, really can't be overstated. And I'd like to thank the board and the emergency management team for the opportunity to work with the regional district on this important initiative. The ongoing challenges we've all seen that have been presented by the COVID-19 pandemic have identified several considerations that need to be made in local and regional emergency planning activities. And as Howie alluded to, the Comox Valley Emergency Program contracted Callian to develop a tabletop exercise to enable the Regional Emergency Operations Center Policy Group in the Comox Valley to further define the scope of their roles and responsibilities during emergencies in the region. I have a slide here that shows the various ways this could look. The Regional Policy Group consists of local elected officials and CAOs, and it's typically established when an emergency operations center is activated for level 2 or level 3 event. And the members of the policy group will differ depending on the location or the circumstances and the extent of the emergency, and in particular, if multiple jurisdictional impacts exist. The makeup could be as shown here on the slide. And this group, as you're well aware, has been involved in the response to COVID-19. And it was identified that further exploration of the roles and the responsibilities of this group during other emergencies, so for example, very dynamic, fast-moving emergencies, may be required because the COVID-19 response was a very unique and relatively slow-moving emergency. So to explore how your regional EOC policy group can integrate into a non-COVID style of emergencies, we developed a tabletop exercise to explore through open discussion what the specific utility of your regional policy group is and the specific roles and responsibilities that this group would take during an emergency. Our tabletop exercise was conducted in person at the Comox Valley Regional District main office, and the specific objectives of the exercise were to validate the ability of the regional policy group to use existing regional processes for non-COVID related responses, to help clarify the scope of the regional policy group during operational response activities by helping identify the linkages between the policy group activities and the Emergency Operations Center activities, and also to explore how the regional policy group supports the needs of a rapidly evolving emergency. Collectively, the participants also informed best practices during a regionalized approach to disaster response and recovery activities. To facilitate these discussions, we created a scenario that was basis for our discussion and decision-making amongst the participants. This scenario was developed to facilitate discussions regarding multi-jurisdictional incidents that required the evacuation of homes, as well as their repatriation to those homes, integration of community partners during response, an activation of the the Comox Valley Regional Emergency Operations Center, impacts to vulnerable populations in the area, and large recovery requirements, including funding decisions and timelines to help drive that conversation around the involvement of the regional policy group. We found a number of key findings. We heard a number of key findings that were identified through these exercise discussions. The detailed findings can be found on section 3 of the after action report that I know how is indicated has been presented to you. The overall focus of the discussions was on establishing a common set of roles and responsibilities of the regional policy group. The discussions focused the conversation on 3 phases of emergency management: preparedness, response, and recovery. What we heard was that there is consensus among our participants that the role of the regional policy group in the preparedness phase of emergency management is to continually establish and maintain connections with community organizations. Participants also identified the regional policy group should act as an amplifier for regional preparedness messaging to help support the regional emergency program. This might include sharing public preparedness and information products created by the emergency program. And it has the added benefit of establishing those regional policy group members as trusted sources of emergency management information for the public. Participants also confirmed that the regional policy group plays a large role in centralizing communications during the response phase of regional emergencies. We heard that constituents often reach out to elected officials in times of need, and having a single regional message distributed by members of the regional policy group is key. Participants also identified the value in aligning local level responses during regionalized incidents. An example we were given during the exercise was around the decision to close play structures during the initial phases of the COVID-19 pandemic, and how important having consistency in messaging across communities is, in that it can increase public understanding of appropriate protective actions. And when we moved into recovery, it was stated that the regional policy group members often have significant integration with community organizations, and they may be able to bring very important issues to the attention of the Comox Valley Emergency Operations Center through the EOC director or through their local CAO. And this role as a listening body could really support the EOC, or the Emergency Operations Center, in identifying where recovery aid is required and can help ensure that recovery funding is distributed in a consistent and a transparent way. Participants further identified that there may be value in developing position aids, such as checklists, which would define tasks or activities that individuals can carry out when activated during emergencies. And although there are existing tools for the policy group, may be helpful to confirm that they align with the roles of a regional policy group. Tools such as these will support future elected officials and create that consistent understanding of what the regional policy group's role is during emergencies. Additionally, another need identified during the exercise was the need to have additional support specific to emergency messaging during emergencies. Of course, general communication strategies are very well known amongst the members of the regional policy group. There was some opportunities identified by the participants for further guidance on what regional emergency communication process is at a generalized level and how elected officials can direct residents to these official sources of messaging during an emergency. And finally, we heard a desire for ongoing training. Our participants noted that the election cycles result in potential turnover within the policy group on a recurring basis. And participants stated that clear understanding of not only the roles and responsibilities of the policy group, but the Emergency Operations Center and the responders assisted the participants in better understanding their role in comparison to the response activities that are occurring within the community. The exercise identified several findings specific to formalizing the roles and responsibilities of the regional policy group. It also provided valuable insight into the unique perspectives that this important group provides. Having elected officials actively involved before, during, and after emergencies within the Comox Valley allows the Emergency Operations Center to access community level information that they might not be able to receive from first responders at the site. Key recommendations stemming from this exercise were two-pronged: establishing consensus on the following roles and responsibilities of the regional policy group during all phases of emergency management, and developing tools and training to provide a shared understanding of how this group operates. An established set of roles and responsibilities was developed that identifies key functions of the regional policy group members during preparedness activities, during active emergency response, and during the recovery phase of emergencies. Other recommendations stemming from this exercise included formalizing a database of community partners that the regional policy group regularly engages with to enable members to identify the requirements of these partners during emergencies and during recovery from emergencies. To include members of the regional policy group on distribution lists for educational and awareness messaging products specific to emergency preparedness, and to provide education on how to effectively distribute this information through official channels. To develop a position aid that supports members of the regional policy group during emergency activations, and that should include communication guidelines and information regarding the type of messaging products that the Comox Valley EOC will distribute during emergencies, strategies for identifying community level needs during emergencies, and to provide an overview of how the Emergency Operations Center operates during an emergency. And then finally, to develop a training schedule for the regional policy group that defines ongoing training topics. The specific frequency of this training still needs to be determined, at least at the time of us writing the recommendations that we heard from the participants, but it should aim to occur at a minimum of once per year to ensure that all new elected staff are aware of the tools and the information that's available to them. The findings and the recommendations highlight the group consensus on a subset of specific roles and responsibilities for the regional policy group. Formalizing these roles and responsibilities, in addition to the adoption of the detailed recommendations provided within the report, will help provide the Comox Valley with clear operating guidelines for your regional policy group. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your time. And again, thank you to the board as well as the emergency management team with the Comox Valley Emergency Program.
Great, thank you, Vanessa. Are there any questions for Vanessa? Oh, Director Hillian, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. It strikes me that one of the challenges that we have is when we open an emergency operations center for a major event, and the pandemic being the current example, we rely on existing staff to take on the management of that process on top of their regular duties. And I think we risk the potential for burnout in that regard. And I'm just wondering if any of your recommendations speak to that.
Thank you very much, Director. Our recommendations didn't speak to that because that was outside of the scope of what we explored during the exercise. Our recommendations were very focused on what we heard from the participants during that specific exercise, and were connected to the objectives that was set in consultation with the emergency management staff in the Valley.
Okay, thanks.
James just wants to comment.
I could try to provide an answer there, and thank you for recognizing that. It's very top of mind when EOC is opened, that the staff who are dedicated to the EOC be just that they be dedicated to the EOC and not try to take on their day job or their regular job as well. And the pandemic was a really unique example of an EOC that wasn't a normal type of emergency. So if we do need to open an EOC for a more normal type of emergency, then we would see that kind of dedication. And that's the training that Howie and his team provide, so the resources are there. And not sure if Howie wanted to add to that.
Yeah, just thank you for that question too. To the chair, I want to identify that what we have learned through the coming out of COVID and the events that have happened. Carrie and I are experiencing emergency managers that are crashing, having serious health issues, and it's because we've been structured this environment, emergency management, under the military model of don't stop working until the event is over. And so in a 16-hour days, 7 days a week, or 2 or 3 weeks in a row. So we really are trying to swing that pendulum to look at the wellness component before we lose members of our own team, but also staff who really are supporting and trying to keep a business continuity running, as well as trying to operate at EOC, which shouldn't be the case.
Thanks. So sorry, I just want to make sure we don't leave that out, because I think sometimes we have the expectation that staff, particularly senior staff, should just be like the Energizer Bunny and keep on going, and everybody has a breaking point. And what we've seen over the last couple of years is not just major crises, but multiple crises on top of each other. And before you've had a chance to deal with one, you're in the middle of the next one, and we have to look after our people. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Doug DeMarso, do you want to add to that?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, with three of us responding to this question, it's obviously top of mind for us, and just encourage the municipalities as well and the directors around this table to help understand the importance of having the depth and the staff trained to help in the EOC environment. So we have multiple people we can call on, so we're not put in a situation to have to work those 17-hour shifts for long periods of time. So anything you can do to encourage that within your own respective organizations is always warranted to help our EOC environment down the long run if we do get into that situation. So thank you for raising that, Director Hillian.
Thank you. And Director Hamir.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Vanessa, for the report. It takes us back to the summer of when we just thought a single long-running emergency was bad enough. And as Director Hillian just mentioned, we've now had multiple emergencies happening at the same time. As was mentioned earlier on, we had an extreme weather event, plus COVID, plus the opioid crisis happening at the same time. So, I'm just wondering from like a tabletop exercise, like a single fire just seemed a little bit, it just didn't seem like, I guess we're now used to multiple dramas. And I'm wondering if you as an organization are considering now doing tabletops with multiple emergencies happening at the same time.
Thank you very much for the question. And certainly we often run exercises that have multiple events or cascading events that will require bringing in additional resources or having that transfer of knowledge from one organizational body to another while you're managing these complex events. But what we try to do with all of our exercises is to work very closely with the planning staff, such as your experts in the room. You have an amazing team in the Comox Valley, and we work with them to really identify what is the core objective of that particular activity and build out an environment to allow us to explore that very specific objective. And for this one, part of the conversation was actually about keeping it a relatively simple event in order to really focus on that objective of understanding the role and responsibility of a regional EOC or a policy group to support a regional EOC, as opposed to demonstrating your strength and your resilience in facing multiple challenges. So it really does shift based upon the needs of your program and the specific exercise that we're looking at. I think with the exception of how I would like to say, that's as far as I can really go with it, but thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And if I may just sort of subsequent, hearing, what Carrie's presentation earlier on, and the importance of relationships during, incidents when there's multiple emergencies happening at the same time. It just felt like that seemed to be one of the strongest takeaways, and that, there is a bit of that in this report in the role of the policy group, spreading information in the community, connecting with those community groups. Those relationships become really, really important. And so, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that, how that system and that do those types of relationships, does that really fit with that sort of model of command center, or the military approach that Howie mentioned? It feels like a little bit more networky rather than like a single chain of command is, I guess, what I'm kind of, does that still fit together?
Within the structure that we follow provincially, it does, in that it enables what we heard in the tabletop exercise this earlier the year, the importance and the value of those relationships that you already have in place. And what was really clearly identified was the depth of those relationships you have. What you're able to do within the existing structure is to provide that listening body, to be able to provide that outreach into the community, to report back to the EOC director or to the CAO, to ensure that those voices that may not have traditionally been heard are being heard and being brought into the EOC, and then also being amplifying the EOC messaging out to those community members who may not have access to the normal structures that EOCs would have traditionally used to communicate out to the general public. So it's that interface between the policy group and the elected officials with the EOC director that enables that type of relationship to happen while still allowing the responders and the EOC to operate in our provincially required structures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like, and just bear with me with that one, but it sounds like we want more of an adaptive Ukrainian approach than a Russian approach, which is very top down, and they're not refueling their supply lines and everything's falling apart and they're relying on a few people. And the other side is constantly adaptive, and I don't know how they do it. This links to my next example and my question after, which is say that another scenario that this little war that we have over there spreads around the world and our base ends up a target. What kind of EOC does that look like? You know, if the base gets attacked and the population is under bombs, and I don't know we've planned for that scenario, but we hadn't planned for a pandemic either. And Ukrainians, I think, knew there was that possibility, but they're living it now. And what does the EOC looks like over there in terms of having to move, 2 million people? So those are all scenarios that are in the plausible in emergency management. My big question in regards to the policy group, well, one comment is I like the regularity that we had around the policy group where there was, touch bases at the start almost, I think it was weekly. And that included everybody. So the regularity, both for ourselves and for the residents. But one big piece that I feel was missing then and is missing in this plan is that ultimately, when you look, especially say with COVID, this was a provincial emergency. And what I don't see in this plan is the role of the MLA. When I think back to the days and when I live in Quebec, a lot of the times it was the MLA when you had a large regional emergency that was fronting the communication. And there seems to be, and obviously a lot of emergency BC lives with the province. So what is the role of the MLA in relation to the EOC? Because in COVID in the early days, that was not really a consideration, but that's truly the person that can also speak to the provincial engagement and the funds and the response. Like that's a huge driver of what local government does. So I'm wondering if Vanessa, you can comment on in other regions, whether that MLA role has been better integrated with the policy groups.
Thank you very much, Director. And through the chair, I don't want to speak to the broader Comox Valley emergency program. That's certainly for Howie and Doug's purview. But to your specific question regarding other regions that we've worked with and the integration of the MLA, in my experience, no, we generally don't see a connection that is formalized within the program regarding the MLA interaction and the policy group interaction. And part of that falls under the jurisdictional roles and responsibilities during emergencies regarding the local government authorities within the local government regulation in comparison to what the role of Emergency Management BC looks like as a provincial body. And that is why we don't see that connection in other regions where they don't speak to the MLA within their planning documents that I've ever been experienced with or exposed to, and it certainly is not anything that is aligned with the legislation within this province under the Emergency Management Act, or Emergency Program Act, sorry.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to support Vanessa in the comments. As we were going through COVID from the EOC's perspective, we realized there was a little bit of disconnect from the MLA's component into our EOC. And so you saw George and Jennifer and myself joining into those calls that were specifically for the policy group or the elected officials to gather information from the MLAs. And what I found from that relationship was some of the information that you were being told at that provincial level had not been deciphered to actually to the local government level of delivery. So to put that example in real life, is Bonnie Henry's release of information on a Wednesday morning, and then what do we do with it, right? So we really feel that we should be, if you're working directly with the MLA at the elected officials level, the EOC should have a representative there, either before the EOC director or the informational officer, so that we can confirm that you are getting the correct information from a local deliverable, not from a provincial messaging level.
Great, thank you. Okay, I don't see any further lights. So thank you, Vanessa, for your report and your work. And thank you, Howie. And it's a vote of the areas. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And we're on to item 3, UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund applications. Grant and Hamir, thank you.
Thank you.
Pass the staff.
Carrie McIntyre is back to present the staff report, Carrie.
Oh, thank you for having me back. Clearly, I'm having problems with technology tonight, so I thought in person might be safer. So yes, we're here to ask for a board resolution to support funding applications to the Union of BC Municipalities Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. There's 2 applications. One is for the Emergency Operations Center training, and the other is for emergency support services. And those 2 funding streams would be managed by the Comox Valley Emergency Program. And so in the staff report, you'll note that each of these grant submissions carry the title of Hosting with Humility. And this is because both the Emergency Operations Center and Emergency Support Services rely heavily on one another when it comes to building our regional capacity to be a host community. And a host community would be when neighboring communities and jurisdictions who may be fleeing hazards or disasters that aren't necessarily impacting us here in the Comox Valley would find themselves as guests here. And so the word humility is also intended as an acknowledgement that Comox First Nation, they are the original hosts of this land. It is also intended to build awareness that Indigenous peoples are disproportionately impacted and displaced by hazards and disaster in BC. So by applying that humility lens to the regional host community planning, Comox Valley Emergency Program hopes to provide our program partners and stakeholders with meaningful and practical ways to integrate cultural safety as a lens into all aspects of our planning. And this speaks to what I've already heard in here tonight, which is about adapting and being adaptive and being flexible. And this would allow our broader revisions to our emergency management planning processes to include that the ability to be culturally agile, to look at things from an all of society and whole of government approach, and with respect to the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions on that? Director Harper?
Yeah, both the last presentation and this one, like, isn't it funny that only area A, B, and C votes on this? And to my colleagues from municipalities, like, we're talking about emergency. This should be a service of everybody, right? The fact that the areas, so imagine a scenario where we're actually looking for a lot of money out there, and you have 3 areas that say, oh, we don't feel like applying, right? You guys need to make your votes and your voice count as municipalities into this process. We need to create a regional service for emergency. I have no doubt about it. Imagine if we just said, oh, no, this doesn't concern area B and C. This is mostly a municipal thing, right? Then be sent scrambling. I know there's been discussions in that regard in moving towards an emergency service. I really encourage, if not this term, next term, for the elected officials to really have a serious look at it. Because it's just odd that it's just A, B, and C that votes on this stuff. Otherwise, fully in favor. of the applications. And yeah, I think I've registered my comment.
Director Hamir.
Great comment, Director Arbor. I fully agree. But my question was actually maybe not a question, but a comment. I recently spoke to a nurse who attended the help to work with flooding victims in Abbotsford. And one of the things that she noticed was that many of the folks who were coming to emergency services in Abbotsford were those people who were low income, had mental health issues, substance abuse issues, and that the volunteers had never actually experienced working with that community. And so it was really difficult for them to be comfortable around each other. So I'm wondering, is that sort of the level of training that would be provided through this funding?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I think this is very much related to the previous presentation around the warming center. And this provides opportunities to get to know each other as service providers and emergency programs so that we can provide the most appropriate services required at the time. Now, emergency support services, for those who may not know, that's the volunteers and sometimes staff base that stands up reception centers where we would be receiving a lot of these evacuees. And so, yes, there is an opportunity there to adapt and revise our processes to ensure that there are other service providers and partners in those centers or near those centers to help support the most vulnerable populations if the ESS program is overwhelmed and not able to provide that support. And they do also have a mandate of their own. There's some services that emergency support services volunteers are not able to provide under the code of conduct for liability reasons. So that's a consideration as well.
Thank you. I think that's very important training. And I know that Cumberland would support that. We do pay through contract into the service, but we don't have a vote. So I appreciate the areas and their guidance on this vote here today. Thanks. I don't see any further lights. So I'll call the question of the areas. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thanks again, Carrie. So we're on to recommendation 1. It's been moved by Grieve, seconded by Hamir. Any further discussion? It's around the UBCM Community Preparedness Fund and the issuance of $25,000 to assist with the hosting with humility that was just described. Again, a vote of the areas. All in favor? That's unanimous.
Nobody's allowed to vote on 2, looks like. Mystery vote. Everybody vote.
Moved by Hamir. Did I get a second? Grant, thank you. Any further discussion? The vote of the areas. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. And we're on to item 4, community groups and grant funding.
Move report.
Grieve and Grant, thank you. And I'll pass to staff.
Thank you, Chair Kettler, and Jake Martins, our General Manager of Corporate Services, is here to present the staff report.
Thank you, James, and through the chair. So yes, this report has been prepared to bring forward 3 different financial requests which have been advanced to the regional district. These requests are coming forward from 3 different nonprofit organizations. They include the Comox Valley Community Health Network, the Comox Valley Social Planning Society, and the Comox Valley Food Policy Council. And I just want to acknowledge that we have some of the representatives, I believe, on the line here with the call. So if there are questions specific to their work or their mandate, certainly they are available to answer those questions. These requests have been brought forward to the board because of some of the unique qualities that they do offer. Most financial requests get advanced to a specific granting service or other specific service consideration, but these do not fit into a regional service for work which is considered of regional benefit, and that's been identified by the groups. The board will certainly recall that regional district finance regulations provide for strict individual management of service budgets in which there's a defined purpose and a defined service area and defined participants. And in this regard, these requests have elicited some questions in regards to the applicability or eligibility of the general administration function as a vehicle in which to fund these services. Staff has outlined in their report that it is not the recommendation, or it's not a recommendation to consider them through that service, as that is mainly serves to fund the corporate administration of the regional district. However, it is acknowledged that in the past there have been some extraordinary grants provided through that service. One, as an example, would be the contribution to the Island Corridor Foundation. So with no appropriate service, interim funding is recommended through this report through the grant programs of the regional district and the municipalities. However, it is noted and a brief summary has been provided of the grant programs from each of the local jurisdictions. And a clear challenge is present with regard to providing grants of a regional benefit from all of the regional partners, given that not all organizations provide regular granting programs. So if long-term ongoing funding is sought by the board, it should be considered through a proper service establishment process, as like our other services. However, the creation of a new service is a long and complex process, and it should only proceed where there is deemed to be a viability by the board. There is a few points that are noted as a bit of an informal test in which the board can consider whether such viability may be present, and that includes where there's a clear and defined purpose, broad community support, legislative authority and financial capacity, and certainly political will and the desire to advance such a feasibility study. There's a general caution noted in the staff report in regards to funding the administration costs for nonprofit organizations, given that there are many nonprofit organizations in the community providing tremendous work and benefit to the community, but that don't receive such support and likely could benefit from administrative support as well. This report does note that if the board does wish to initiate a preliminary investigation into a regional grant service of some form, a small allocation could be considered from the Function 150 regional feasibility studies, in which that work could be undertaken in a preliminary fashion in 2022. I would note that the grant summary in this report notes the deadline, at least for the Rural Community Grant Program, being March 1st. And so we wish to, the groups have been advised that certainly if the board endorsed the recommendation of this report and suggested they provide an application, that application would be considered even though it is past the deadline date. With that, Madam Chair, we'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jake. Any questions? Director Cole Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report, Jake. I note the report says that it can be a costly and lengthy process to establish a new service, and that sounds about right. And so before contemplating something like that, it's question. I guess I'm thinking about whether if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The report says that it would require a new service to make these to have these grants go through. Has there been a change in the regulatory environment since previous grants were permitted?
Thanks through the chair. No regulatory change has been made, but basically other grants through the regional district are provided through a formalized service that has been established, whether it be through recreation grant or the rural community grant program or otherwise. So most requests fall into those kind of baskets. These ones in which it's a regional service or interest around a regional work that doesn't fall into one of those, then it would be appropriate to consider establishing a new service if the board wished to provide ongoing funding to those. The one unique quality here, of course, is that the request of the Comox Valley Health Network is for one-time funding. And so I think what's suggested here is that could be considered by the electoral area rural community grant program. Given that it's one time, it's not sought ongoing funding while the other two are.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what seat that is. Yes.
Thanks very much. So in this case, it is possible to do that, but I understand for me that's the preferred course of action, is not to do it through the general government service. Can I ask if other regional districts do this sorts of thing that we're contemplating here of using the general government service to support regional groups?
Yeah, through the chair. So there has been some reach out to other regional districts in regards to their regional grant funding programs. And while I'm certain there may be a regional district out there that does provide funding, regional grant funding through their general administrative function, most seem to provide them from established services. This was certainly the case most recently with the Peace River Regional District, in which they established 3 different services to provide regional funding for health facilities and other kind of interests that the board had. So yeah, I'm sure there may be a regional district that does do that, but I think the majority, based on our cursory look, provide it through established services.
If I could just add to that, I think that the legislation, the rules in which the regional district operates with the services that we have, it is very prescriptive, and it does require that we have a particular purpose for the services that we deliver. And so that's I think what we would be looking for from the board is what is that purpose, and then look to the opportunity to establish a service if that's your interest as a board.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, and we had a discussion like that at the last board, of the board prior, around general administration and its purpose. And I guess what we're encountering with this one is really what Dr. Grieve describes as a multi-decade conversation as to the role of local government in the social supports space. And what I'm hearing from staff is that there's been basically a patchwork kind of responsive approach to funding these things over the years. But maybe what we're reading between the lines is, and we heard that from our CEO prior, that maybe it's time to have a more serious look as to whether we will accept that some of the social functions that typically were of the provincial government are actually, that local government has carved out a space there in collaboration with the province. And that's where I can see that feasibility, whether this year or next term with a new board, could be looked at if we're going to, because with this board, I know there's appetite to be in this space, but who knows with the next board. I would support what Jake called a broad brush kind of feasibility, allocating some 150, because some of my discomfort is with the general is I don't really know who's paying for what. And if you kick some of those things to the ASC, you put those things in competition with very direct needs in our communities around grant funding. So you're putting it in a basket of, I just opened my thing today and, I've got, there's probably 30 grants that I have to look at, to consider. And so those are 3 more that are regional in scope. And then I'll ask, well, what's the contribution of the municipalities and how does it work? So it's fuzzy and unclear. And I think for those who apply, I think they're likely to come back next year and the year after. So, looking at a social support feasibility for now, I would support it. I mean, other directors may say, let's do it next term. I would support that as well. But can we patch the in-between for the year? I think what I read in Dr. Cole Hamilton's comments is if we've been doing it for a while, let's finish off the term and try to make it work. While the feasibility goes, let's not just drop the ball on people if we have funded these things before, is what I'm trying to see from general admin. So I'll leave it to other directors to comment.
Thank you. Dr. Grant.
Thank you. Yeah, so we dealt with this issue during our budget at the last meeting. So when your recommendation says to send it to communities, we've already done it. It's too late in the game, I think, to go back. Our budget is already well above, I think, what everybody's hoping, and there's still more to add to it. And then to add 3 more things is probably well beyond the scope of anything we could do at this point. So I would suggest that you stop the recommendation at where it says areas and leave the municipalities out. The other thing, you know, I think that this is a really interesting discussion because there's clearly a need out there. The logistics of how you do this when you start bringing the municipalities in and starting a new function becomes, as you said, fuzzy. And it's very difficult to figure out what the right way to go on some of these things is. You know, I see some of these groups, and not these ones in particular, but what they tend to do is line up at our door, then they go to Courtney, then they go to Cumberland, then they come here. Well, we've already paid, and then we pay again when they come here. And so it doesn't, you know, there's a whole lot more to it than just saying, you know, we'll do it. The other thing is, you know, we used to give out a lot of grant and aids in Comox over the years, and we just noticed the line just gets longer and longer and longer. And then you have to start picking winners and losers, and then who's in and who's out. And it just becomes a really difficult thing. And, you know, I look at it and go, provincial governments are actually funding agencies, and so are federal governments. They actually look at grants and give them out. We're not actually a funding agency. We collect money for taxes, and then we provide services for those taxes, but we don't actually go out and fund things. And the pressure's on more. So I think, you know, I think you're correct in that this might be something good for the next term, but it's a very, you know, it's very complex and it's not as simple as it thinks. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Director Hillian's next.
Thanks, Chair. Good discussion, probably somewhat overdue. I'm just curious about a couple of things. First of all, what sort of a precedent do we have from agencies in the community that have gotten in the past and, you know, they have grant funding and they get it every year versus new ones like this that come along and apply? I'll give you, for example, the Community Justice Center. It's on our budget later on tonight. They got in, they're there, they get funded. I don't think anybody there is worried that they're not going to get funded. So, you know, what are our criteria for who gets in and who doesn't get in? The other question I have is, where does the regional growth strategy come into this discussion? Because some of these items here I see as being part of that social and community fabric that relates to the drivers in the regional growth strategy. And, you know, so for example, how did we decide that it was okay to fund the air quality initiative out of that? Because I don't believe that's a specific service, is it? And so why aren't some of these things, for example, why isn't accessibility something that fits under the regional growth strategy and eligible for being captured in that funding envelope? I just don't get it.
I can try. So you had a couple of questions in there. One is criteria for services or not. And your reference was the community justice service. And of course, that is a service of the regional district. I'd have to go back to see how it was first formed and how it was first established and when. It's been with the regional district for quite some time. And so it has a dedicated purpose, and that's funding that we requisition and then provide to the community justice society. There are other similar services. Victim services is another one where we then seek a partnership with Transition Society, I believe, to provide funding for victim services. Your second questions and comments were with respect to the RGS, and I think early on in this term, this board identified air quality as an important issue, and the means by which trying to identify improvements around air quality and addressing the problems of air quality was to undertake the roundtable. And so funding was identified through the RGS service early on, and the program around the roundtable was undertaken. So that was a dedicated approach by this board to look at air quality. And the RGS service, and if Alana wanted to add to this, but I know we're going to be talking about the RGS budget later on, it might be more appropriate to talk about it then. The RGS service does provide for some study work and some analysis, and I think that's where that air quality discussion landed as a result.
Right. And I appreciate your responses, but essentially what you're saying is that these are political decisions that were made by the board at one point in time because there was a critical mass of agreement around funding a particular program or initiative or study or whatever it might be. And then it was a matter of finding how to do it. And so I would put it that if we chose to, for example, fund social planning and accessibility, which was actually a staff recommendation that we provide that grant after presentations to the board and a fair amount of legwork, we could in fact make that political decision. And it would be a matter of figuring out where the money would come from. Now, the question of whether we have any money to do that sort of thing, I grant is a separate question and certainly valid of considering. But I guess the problem I have with the recommendation is that organizations having come to us in good faith, looking at some of these precedents that have already been established, if we just tell them to take their cap and go asking somewhere else, whether it's the area services, I have no idea. Does the area services committee have room within their budget to consider more, or are they maxed out? I mean, we don't get to have that discussion at this particular table, so I don't know whether making that suggestion is going to prove fruitful for these organizations or not. And I think also Director Arnberg makes a really good point that that takes away the contribution that the municipalities make. And that's part of the reason that organizations come to this table, because it's the entire community that has a stake in some of these issues. And it's only through this table that the entire community can in fact contribute. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McCollum.
Thank you. My comments are very much in line with what has already been expressed. I'm in agreement with Director Arber's comments about just around how we meet the needs of the community in an equitable way. Asking small community partners that are limited in their administrative capacity to go and make 3 or 4 separate requests for funding when we actually have a system in place that can provide a decision around funding in an equitable way where all parts of the region can contribute equally. It seems to me making a decision to opt for a different approach. It doesn't really solve any of the problems that we're trying to address. One of the concerns laid out in the report is simply the fiscal concern, and it's certainly no different down at the municipal level or out in the areas. We all receive our tax revenue in the same way. We don't have additional funding sources, whether we go to the individual municipalities or address it at this table. So I think the report points out that function 110 and 119 have been used in certain circumstances. So it does seem to me that that could be a stopgap measure for the time being, although I'll let staff weigh in on that. I think that this is a great topic to explore in a strategic planning session at the beginning of the next term, but I don't see why, I just don't see the utility in kicking this and responding in a way that tells organizations to go and ask for the money at different levels of government. So I won't be voting in support of the recommendation on the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Hamir.
Thanks. Some really good conversation around the table. I guess, hearing Director Grant's comments about, organizations potentially double dipping, I think the pendulum's probably swinging in the exact opposite direction now. It seems like the electoral areas are some of the sole funders for some of these groups, like the Food Policy Council. And the intent of the letter from that council was to try and get some equity around the table so that the municipalities could also contribute. So it's unfortunate that we don't have a way for that group to be funded regionally, particularly in light of the conversation we just had around emergency operation centers and what an integral part that Food Policy Council played during the initial EOC during COVID. I'll just remind folks that they were the ones that highlighted how there were no places for any members of the public to get drinking water in downtown when all the bathrooms were closed. When all of the food bank, St. George's Church shut down during COVID, like, it was that group that mobilized the restaurants to come to the table and begin delivery. So I see a very much a regional benefit to that organization being funded by everyone. So a question was asked as to, well, how will these groups be paid? I mean, I can see that the Food Policy Council could come back to the electoral areas and be paid this year, but question to staff is, I can't recall how the Social Planning Society, especially their accessibility group, was that paid out of the functions that Director McCollum just mentioned, or how are we able to get that group paid? Because it didn't come through electoral areas.
I'm looking to Jake to confirm this, but you're speaking to the 2-year agreement that the CBRD board approved for 2021 and 2022. And I believe that funding did come through the 110 function, which is general government. So that is a payment that has been made, an agreement that has been made. It isn't something that staff would recommend continuing on with. And I think this was proposed as a one-time request, albeit over 2 years. So it isn't something that staff would recommend or support on an ongoing basis from general government, because we have services in other instances for the ongoing support for other activities.
In light of the fact that all of the deadlines have passed, maybe if I can ask the representatives on the call, is there an alternative source of funding? Have they been able to secure funding from the municipalities for 2022? Or is the RD still providing funding for this year?
The RD would, if there's no other direction from the board tonight, the RD will continue with its commitment for the $15,000 to the Social Planning Society for the Accessibility Committee for 2022. That's an agreement that we made last year for the 2 years.
Okay, so that's there. Maybe I'll still ask if John or whoever's on the call can answer if they've been able to get funding from other sources. Maybe they.
Yeah, can you unmute them?
Hi, is this a question to me through the board?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. I can speak more specifically about the accessibility, but I think if Pam is still on, she can speak about the social planning. But over the years, the accessibility has received some grant money from each of the regional districts. It has been very useful. And then a few years ago, the city policy changed, and the Heather Crate, who was sort of working as our coordinator off the side of her desk, she retired. And since then, we haven't done so well, and the accessibility committee has shrunk because we really do need an administrative assistant, which Samantha Grieve has provided this year, and we have the funds for next year as well. But it's one of the things about this kind of for the accessibility and the social planning is having some consistent or secure funding in the future allows us to continue with some sense that we're going to be able to provide services. And the accessibility committee and the social planning group, they do provide services not just for a particular area, but for the whole of the regional district. And the accessibility is a way that if we can advocate, we can improve the inclusiveness of the regional district. And it also gives a bit more influence, because in the hiatus between when Heather retired and this year when we hired an administrative assistant, there has been a number of areas that have lost out. And if you don't mind, I can refer to the building that you're in now. It was made, built, designed without consulting with the accessibility committee. And very briefly, there was a washroom problem. There's a handicap parking problem. There was the apron on the front of the building that had a lip on it. And coming out of the council chambers here, where if there's an emergency exit, originally it was the doors opened onto a narrow sidewalk and then dropped off 5 or 6 inches. All of that has been taken care of now, but that had to be retrofitted rather than having it planned in the future. So in many respects, although it does cost money to fund the social planning and the accessibility committee, overall it saves money by doing it with appropriate consultation from people with lived experience. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Swift.
Thank you. I have no doubt that all these groups do fantastic work, and I know there's lots more out there as well that could benefit from funding. Based on the discussion, I really think, although it will take time, that we should consider establishing a service. I don't think the need is going to shrink. It's probably going to grow. And we need some ways of providing groups with funding they can count on. And I think the service is probably the best way of going about that. If I'm reading this report correctly, it looks like Social Planning Society would be funded for this year. And the Community Health Network has secured their funding through the foundation and the City of Courtenay, if I'm reading that correctly. So we're looking at the Food Policy Council to consider. So going forward, I think it's really worth the discussion of how to go about establishing a service and get working on it. And I don't think we should wait till next term. I think we've got a bit of momentum going here. And I think now's the time to get started on that.
Just ask Jake to speak to the funding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I can just confirm that when the Health Network originally came back in November, they were seeking funding up to $50,000. They've subsequently received funding through the foundation and the City of Courtenay, which has lowered that subsequent request then down to up to $25,000. So just to clarify that matter.
Thank you. Dr. Arber?
Yeah, and thanks to Dr. Swift for really setting up what I was about to say. It looks like we can sort of gap fill this year. And when you look at the Food Policy Council, I guess we, as Dr. Hamir said, we have funded it through the rural function. So there may be that opportunity again. We're going to make decisions on that pretty soon, I imagine. In terms of, so I'm fine with the recommendation, and to Director Grant's point, either way, to refer to the municipalities or not, because it seems like some things are captured, but I don't think there's harm in sending it to the municipalities. The biggest harm will just be annoyance if you've already dealt with it, but it provides that second opportunity to perhaps talk about some of the things that Dr. Swift is talking about. So I will probably vote in favor, and then I would like to add a second recommendation, which picking up on Jake and Dr. Swift, that we do initiate scoping / feasibility this term. So if staff could come back, and maybe for next term, what that could set up is, I could see a scoping basically describing, and I'm just talking to talk, just to paint a picture of what it could look like. How do other regional districts or large municipalities, how do they play in the social space? So what kind of role could we set, and in the valley, what are the options for roles? Because I'll be the first to say I don't come from the social space, so I don't understand. And you've heard me say that if $10,000 makes the world of difference in relation to other funders, I understand. We just did the housing thing for Hornby where we put $100,000 and all of a sudden, that re-injects energy into a $10 million, So I want to understand, I would want coming out of that feasibility to really clarify what would be in a service, the role of local government for the long term. What is our niche? What is our role? And so yeah, I would I would be supportive to put that motion forward to just initiate a scoping feasibility using service 115. Is that what you suggested? Yeah. Unless and staff suggested it, so we're not going to hear from staff that they don't have the capacity this year, because they actually suggested it. Thank you.
Director Maureen.
Thanks. Yeah, this is a tough one for sure. I mean, I think we can all point to examples of how these particular organizations serve us regionally, but of course, every municipality and the electoral areas all do provide funding. We've been funding the substance use strategy now for about 15, 20 years at least. And of course, we could use help with that because we do have a toxic drug poisoning throughout our community, and the ambulances do go to the electoral areas and other areas as well. I guess my concern about the feasibility study, and I'm wondering, I do like the idea of looking at best practices in other communities and how maybe this can be streamlined and how these things can be funded collaboratively in an efficient way. My concern about the feasibility study or any study is we have 3 organizations that desperately need some money, and we're leading into an election, and the public really hates consultants and studies. And when, in terms of spending money to come back and tell us what we probably already knew. So I don't know how we get around that, but I think the optics of that are not great in terms of studying, money to study things, and then the groups, we're using money that could go to groups. So if there was a more streamlined, quicker, more efficient way to figure this out, I'd be in favor of that. And I'm pretty lukewarm on the recommendation because I don't think nonprofits have a lot of time and energy to keep going around. And like I say, we have agreed to fund some of these groups, and our deadlines passed as well for grants. So those are just my comments for now. Look forward to hearing from anybody else. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. I think that maybe we should wait on the recommendation of the feasibility study until after we talk more about the regional growth strategy. And that's because I think that, as far as our roles as local government, since COVID has hit, those lines of what we should and shouldn't be providing have really blurred in terms of emergency services, in terms of health, in terms of housing. And it's put a lot of pressure on local governments, and we've been talking about it for years, but a social planner is desperately needed in this situation now. We keep getting these opportunities to apply to grants, such as strengthening communities and the poverty reduction. And those are not grants that nonprofits can apply directly to. Those the province has intended for local government to administer those grants. So we have to be involved, and it's actually very time consuming. There's a lot of back and forth and a lot of working on those relationships with community that needs to happen. And it's very difficult for staff to be doing that off the side of their desk because we don't have a social planner. So I think the broader discussion and a broader feasibility study would to be included in a service that has a social planner as well as a grant, overall regional grant function. So maybe we could save that portion of the discussion until later in the agenda. Yeah, I think you're 10. Yeah.
Just to mention, I don't know if other folks around the table know that that we do have a proposal through our budget with City of Courtenay to look at social infrastructure and community. Is it called community development? Trying to remember the title. So that is something that we're putting funding towards this year, and it's to look at some of these aspects as well. So you know, we're all grappling with the same thing. I think that a regional social planning function would be good to look at. I also think Courtenay being as large as it is with some of the specific issues to Courtenay also needs something in that way. And ideally, everybody would have someone assigned to those issues and they could all collaborate with each other. You know, that would be the dream. Thanks.
Thank you. And we have Director Cole Hamilton next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just after hearing all the discussion around the table, I can see that having a policy in the future would be, and a service would be an admirable objective. I just think more about this particular time period we're looking at right now. And I don't think I can support the resolution. And I'm just thinking of one of these three groups that I know the best, which is the Community Health Network's support for the substance use strategy. And as Director Maureen said, City of Courtenay has been supporting that for about 20 years at this point, and it supported the jump from it being a Courtenay-based to a Comox Valley-based entity. And I think, and of course, that group already has gone to the City of Courtenay, and the City of Courtenay already has put up funds. And so I think just simply sending people back to places they've been before is not useful. So I can see the changes would be constructive in the longer term, but I can't support sort of fairly abrupt nature with which this funding is no longer being provided.
Director McCollum.
Yeah, kind of looping back to what our options are in front of us. I'm also really struggling with the idea of referring at this table, referring it back to municipalities. I can understand a communication in which we say there's no funding available, but when we have it in the report that deadlines have clearly been passed, I don't see the value in that. There is no option in this report to provide funding, although there is mention that Fund 110 has been used in the past. And I just would like clarity on whether or not we truly have no option for funding here, or if there isn't one provided.
I think to provide that clarity, the requests here for the ongoing funding is the part that has the most struggle, and those belong in a service dedicated to what that request would be about. So the one-time funding that has been done, or the funding that has been given through 110, has been for more of a one-time singular request, as opposed to the ongoing funding. I think that's the distinction that we're making. Yeah,
that's a helpful distinction. So another possible option for us at this point could be to do like one-time funding for the upcoming year, and then explore what our future options are in strategic planning. Could we approach it that way?
I would suggest that if the board is interested in that I don't have the specific answer. I'm not sure if Kevin could provide that right now, but a referral to have a report on next Tuesday's board agenda so that we can get clarity on that one-time funding. And I'm looking at the request, and it would be for the community health network. It would be for the substance use strategy. Not seeing other staff jumping up and down this one. So I think that would be the focus, and I would suggest a referral to staff to be able to come back to provide you the details around that.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Hamir.
Thanks. That's actually what I was going to ask staff about, because I was a little bit confused what the health networks funding request was for. We saw the letters attached for social planning and for the Food Policy Council, but I didn't see like the ask from the health network. Was it specifically for substance abuse?
Yes, it was for the substance use strategy,
Okay.
phase 2.
So it was not for the grant that we supported the health network to apply to for UBCF. This is something totally separate.
It's separate.
Okay.
Yeah. Any further questions? Director Hillian?
Well, I think there's a bit of a, thanks, Chair. I think there's a bit of a consensus around the board. It sounds like perhaps we're going to defeat this resolution and propose that we refer back to staff for reconsideration. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we're still on receipt. So if you don't want to put forward the recommendation, that's fine.
We could simply put forward another recommendation that we
exactly.
refer this matter back to staff for other options.
Yes.
Okay.
So are you ready to call the question on receipt? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. McCollum, would you like to make the motion?
Sure, I was going to make a motion that we refer this back to staff for further options around funding for 2022.
That was Maureen who seconded? Yeah, okay. And it's a go to the full board. Oh, wait, sorry, Director Grave, did you want to speak to that?
I don't want to belabor this, it's going on, but you know, hearing this conversation, it's like deja vu all over again. We've been going around in circles for the last 15 years on this one. And it all comes down to a social planner that can coordinate all the groups and apply for the funding and everything else. But, you know, somehow it always breaks down. So maybe we won't be having this discussion in 10 years' time again.
Thanks for that. Okay, so all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Let's see how we're on item 6. So we still have a ways to go. I think we should carry on for a bit. Yes, that's the Comox Valley Sewage Commission minutes from February 15th. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Grant. Any further discussion on those minutes? Hearing and seeing none, I will call a question. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Arbor and Grieve, thank you. And those are the Recreation Commission minutes. Any comment on those? Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. Yeah, so fast. Okay, those are Sewage Commission minutes from February 22nd. Any further comment? Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. Okay, Grant and Maureen on the Water Committee minutes from February 22nd. Any further comment? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And the parcel tax roll review.
Okay.
Grieve and Grant, thank you. And any further comment? And anyone, all in favor? No one opposed, that's carried.
11.
Okay, that's a Board of Variance on February 23rd. Any further comment? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Yeah, we've already done 12. Yeah, so 13 is Electoral Area Service Committee minutes from February 28th. That was Grant and Arbor. And all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Okay, and that's a recommendation that 23,200 be allocated from function 693. Any further discussion? And it's above the full board. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. We're on to 14. That's the budget presentations. And that's Kevin. That was Arbor and Grant, I think, that first and seconded. And I'll pass it to staff.
Thank you, Chair. And Kevin Duville is on the line. He's Manager of Financial Planning. Kevin, to introduce the proposed budget presentations today.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to the directors, good evening. So yes, in front of you, we are getting to the home stretch of this phase of our annual financial planning process. So what will be in front of you this evening is 4 financial planning reports, potentially 5 if the board does consider the report contained in the addendum. And those reports would cover the 8 remaining budgets to come forward to the full regional board. Just a reminder that the public does still have opportunities to provide public feedback to any of the budgets that have been presented over these last 7 or 8 weeks. The deadline for any of that feedback is next Wednesday, I believe, March 16th. And after that, we will be, undertaking work to roll up all of the budgets into our consolidated financial planning bylaw. And that will be coming forward to the board for its consideration on for the first time on March 29th, and then for final reading and adoption on March 31st. So with that, I'll turn it back and we can get on with the budget presentations.
Okay, so that was just the introduction to it. So all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And so that takes us to the emergency shelter and land acquisition financial plan. Grant and Cole Hamilton, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Alana Mullally is here to present the function 450 and a couple of others as well. Alana.
Great. Thank you very much, James. Through Madam Chair, I am here tonight to present what might feel like a new service to you, because although it's been in existence since 2009, this is not one that we've spoken to you about before. So the purpose of this service is to enable emergency shelter and supportive housing land acquisition. Participants in the service are each of the 3 areas, including Denman and Hornby Islands, and each of the 3 municipalities. Sorry, Lisa, I didn't grab the pointer. Sorry about that, Madam Chair.
No problem.
So the Comox Valley Coalition to End Homelessness estimates that approximately 300 Comox Valley community members are unsheltered. And this is detailed in the 2022 housing plan that you'll see later tonight. The creation of short-term stay, supportive housing, and emergency shelter space are identified as priorities within the Coalition's 2022 housing plan. And were also identified as a gap in our regional housing needs assessment. Emergency shelters and short-term stay supportive housing facilities fall within the safety net portion of the housing wheelhouse. And this is a model that we're seeing used broadly. I understand it was initiated in Kelowna, but this one I've pulled from the CMHC website. So this safety net housing plays a really important role in a community's stock of affordable / responsive shelter. For the majority of the service's existence, it has been dormant, meaning that only a very modest annual contribution from reserves has been made to keep the service afloat, so $300. Staff suggests that there is value in reinvigorating this service as part of local government's response to the needs of unsheltered community members and the service providers working to support those community members. We'll just talk about the details and the increase that you see here. So revenue within this service, of course, is derived from tax requisition. The establishment bylaw does enable other sources of funding, including grant funding. And the estimated balance of the reserve at the end of 2021 was just shy of $31,000. So given the growing need for safety net emergency shelter and short-term stay supportive housing within the region, staff recommends that a $50,000 contribution to the service's future expenditure reserve be made. The contribution to reserves could, over time, assist the CVRD to participate in a partnership or make a contribution to a senior government partner or agency to acquire land or improvements for a permanent emergency shelter or short-term stay supportive housing facility in the Comox Valley. You'll note, or you may have noted in that budget, that there are no personnel directly assigned to this service. The work that I'm going to speak to, there's a little bit of work that we're proposing to do in 2022, and that will be overseen by staff within the RGS service. So based on the 2022 completed assessment roll, the estimated residential tax rate for this service is $0.0025 per 1,000. Which essentially means that for a property assessed at $600,000, the total tax impact of staff's proposal is $1.50. In 2022, staff is proposing that $20,000 be made available to retain consulting assistance to assess the specific site and design needs associated with a permanent emergency shelter and/or short-term stay supportive housing property. The work will also include an assessment of potential partnerships with senior government and its agencies and funding opportunities. Integral to this piece is a local needs assessment, so location and design considerations, undertaken with individuals with lived and living experience of being unsheltered and service providers working in this space. So if the board supports staff's proposed budget, staff will solicit proposals for this work through a call for expressions of interest or request for proposals process. So thank you very much for considering this service as a possible option to respond to some of the needs that we are seeing grow in our community. I'm happy to speak to any questions you might have. Thanks, Alana. Director Arbor.
Thank you. Can you give us insight as to how you arrived at the reserve contribution amount? I mean, sometimes we pick a number out of a hat just to get things started, but I'm trying to imagine what this could look like if we're looking to acquire land. First of all, my first question is there land available, you know, either in the municipalities, the old train station, whatnot, you know, the things that can be looked at. But in a matter of scale, how did we land on the 20,000? I understand that's a study. Sorry to say that, Dr. Maureen. But the 50,000 is a bit more elusive. Thanks.
Through Madam Chair to the directors, you're right. And although I didn't have a hat to pull from, it really was the idea of planting a seed, getting this on the radar and thinking about where to start. And so that $1.50 tax impact per $600,000 seemed like something that might resonate with our community and provide us with a bit of a beginning. I don't know if Kevin wants to comment on the overall future of that, you know, putting such a nominal amount in reserves.
Through the chair to the directors. No, I don't have a lot further to add to what Alana's already spoken to. Again, the kind of the auspice was, again, as she alluded to, you know, have some seed funding in place while the kind of assessment was being undertaken. And then once, you know, that full analysis comes back, we can then ascertain in future financial plans what we feel is, kind of either a consistent annual source of reserve contribution, or perhaps, if we're, looking towards a identifiable project going forward, what kind of annual reserve contributions would be required to get us to that place.
Thank you. Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. Oops, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this. I think that it puts the regional district in a position to be at the table for these discussions with a potential contribution to make. But I think we have to be mindful that the city of Courtenay has had extensive discussions with BC Housing about what we feel is their responsibility to step forward and provide this service. And we've also made extensive representation to the government minister responsible about the community's need for this. And so I would hope that any consultant work that goes on is done in full collaboration with the City of Courtenay staff, just around the initiative that is already underway to basically lobby for this service being provided by the province.
Thank you. Director McCollum.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm definitely pleased to see a budget coming forward to reinvigorate or reactivate this function, given the need of just what we've seen in terms of the population of unhoused people in the last couple of years. I don't think the urgency is going anywhere soon. I do have a couple of questions just on how we imagine this going forward. It's from what I understood from the report, we are limited to land acquisition for either shelter or supportive housing. It is limited to those two possible investments. Is that correct?
Through Madam Chair to the Director, that is correct. So the bylaw is very specific, and it defines both emergency shelter and supportive housing.
And just to clarify on that, then, should there be a proposal, in the Comox Valley with regards to a shelter, and it is in, I know that the city has looked at locations in our own land assets. Were the city of Courtenay to be identifying their own municipally owned lands, could the regional district use these funds to support that project, or would it have to be supporting like the province or a community group in purchasing land that's not currently? I'm just trying to understand how we would leverage this money were we to grow it to a usable amount.
Through Madam Chair to the directors, I'm really heartened to hear that Courtenay staff is having significant conversations with BC Housing, and there might be a point in time when there is information that can be shared with us on what that looks like and how this could complement that conversation. In reading the purpose of the service established through the bylaw, it really just speaks to the acquiring land, and so it doesn't set out any caveats around who would own land or administer anything. So I think, it's quite reasonable what you're suggesting, that this could be a contribution towards whether it's a member municipalities initiative or senior government.
Okay, that's great to hear. The other question I had was whether or not this service could borrow money, just given what the cost of land is. We could have options in a short amount of time if we were talking about a payment toward a loan, but $50,000 as a cash contribution is not going to get us far.
Through Madam Chair, I'll need Kevin's help with that one, please.
Didn't even pay a realtor.
Through the chair to the directors, that is something I'd have to refer back to the establishment bylaw, just to confirm that we do have that option available in this particular service. And great many of our services, that option is certainly available. So that would be something I would definitely have to consult the establishment bylaw on.
My recollection is there's no limitation on borrowing in the establishment bylaw, so it is an opportunity for this particular service.
Okay, that's great. And I guess my final question is just a bit more of an understanding around how we would use that $20,000 of professional fees. Just given that we're limited to land purchasing itself, it seems like our best option is to start developing a reserve here so that we can act when a proposal is available. But I'm not clear on how that 20,000 can be used to kind of move this faster when we're so dependent on the province to deliver the service itself.
Through Madam Chair, in our conversations with the coalition leadership team, we raised this idea, like we asked the question, is anyone doing assessment of sites, to see what the needs are and then match those with either the available or not necessarily even available today, but in existence. And so I think that needs assessment piece is important. I think it's important to understand from the service providers' perspectives what they see as being necessary, and also from the folks who will likely be using this service or may have benefited from this kind of a service in the past, what the needs are around that piece. When we did the service review of the homelessness and support service, it didn't come out as a direct recommendation to do this, but it certainly did acknowledge that there was a big gap in our community and the kinds of projects that have been funded through the HSS to date, which is understandable given where our need has been. And so it strikes me that, there, from our perspective, there will be sites that might be suitable. From landowners' perspectives, there might be sites that will be suitable, but there is a consultation piece that I think is really important. And then also understanding what is needed to set a property and its development and its patrons and its workers up for success within that neighborhood. So the relationship building within the recipient neighborhood. For those of you, who recall, when the service was established, we had a site, and so we've tried to learn a little bit from that experience too.
Thanks for that.
Director Maureen.
Great, thank you, Chair. While I agree with Director Hillian's point that we need to all be communicating because there's definitely been work done on this, which hasn't resulted in anything, unfortunately, at this point. Story of our lives. I guess what we hear from BC Housing all the time is that local governments need to come to the table with land. And even though we have said in Courtney that we don't have a lot of options, but we do have a few. We haven't had the results yet, but I think that there is an opportunity here to kind of bolster our support for this regionally. We're using the regional word a lot tonight in terms of if the RD has this going, and I think it should be a lot more than that, to show that. Well, it's $1.50, right? I mean, it's kind of like the homelessness fund that is, yeah. Because I can guarantee that taxpayers are complaining about people not being housed in their neighborhoods. So they'd probably pay more than $1.50. And I guess I'm wondering, it seems like this would also cover the complex care type of housing as well. I would think. Do you have the answer? No, it would not. Okay.
Through Madam Chair, that's something that I'd like to give a little bit more thought to and understand the differences. So, and then just review relative to the definitions in the service bylaw.
Right. Yeah, because I think, I think the partnership with all of us kind of coming to the table and applying the pressure, and also saying, look, Courtney has this to offer. The RD has this to offer. We're all working together to show the powers that be that we're serious and that we're bringing stuff to the table. So I think that it is something to support. I would actually look at bumping it up.
Director McCullum.
Thanks. I'm just going to chime in quickly that I agree with Director Morin's comment that I think the public actually would be accepting of a higher amount per household to address this. It's something that is a concern to people right across the political spectrum and all the neighborhoods in our community. And there is room in this bylaw for almost 9 times what we're suggesting. And looking at other regional districts that have a similar function, I noticed that the Capital Regional District does about $7 per household for their affordable housing land bank. So it certainly wouldn't be out in left field to consider a higher amount.
Director Arbor.
Cold shower coming. So I'm going to take off my beautiful regional hat I've been wearing all day. And in terms of, you know, I do notice that Hornby and Denman are included in this function. And if it goes higher than the $1.50, I mean, we're not getting serviced over there. And we have some significant housing needs that we will carry ourselves without the region contributing. We're just starting a feasibility for housing. We don't know where it will lead, but you know, we're not asking the region to support us in that endeavor. So if we start to pay into a function, it will be noted. I see that on the distribution list is the Allen's Trust, so that means it will go to both Allen's Trust committees, and there will be questions about it. I would also note that the nominal amount that's suggested has no basis. It's just basically placing some chips on the table. So unless the directors want to say, okay, well, let's do the maximum requisition and put 630,000, that puts us in the game. I'll definitely vote against it. And then I'll ask for a service review to eject Hornby and Denman from this function, which is fine. I think 50,000 is something. It's $1.50. It's a cup of coffee to everybody. But I think wearing my fiefdom hat, if this gets really big, there'll definitely be questions as to what the benefit is on the islands. Thanks.
Director Hillian.
Yeah, thanks. I think we should just vote with this and get on with it. This is to get the regional district established as a player in this, where, you know, the function's been there, but there's been no money in it. We've had a long discussion earlier tonight about the emergency shelter needs that were set up to basically use this room. What this is talking about is having a broader community initiative so that we actually have a purpose-built shelter. The Salvation Army shelter on Pidcock was never purpose-built. It evolved in a residential neighborhood where we still have issues on a day-to-day basis with it being there. It doesn't have accessibility provisions. So we end up with the Connect Warming Center as a temporary stopgap measure with 10 beds on the floor and all sorts of problems related to how do you fund that. So that's why we need a concerted regional effort to talk to BC Housing and say, you know, look, you know the need. You can buy the travel lodge, you can buy the old Arbutus Hotel, or you can build a new building on one of the 3 pieces of land that Courtney has said they will offer up, or you can find another piece. And the regional district is willing to come to the table and throw 20 grand into doing some site assessment or whatever. That's really all we're talking about here. If we raise the assessment, not only will we have Director Arbor not voting for it, it won't get us to where we want to go any quicker. Because what we need is a provincial commitment to effectively put this resource in place.
Yeah, I agree with what staff have put forward, that we look at siting and partnerships with this service, and with the amount that's available to do that, I think that's reasonable. We also have the homelessness support service that was a late item, the financial plan for that function, and likely we'll speak of needed increases during that conversation as well. So I'll call the question on this. We are on receipt, so all in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Grant and Arbor, move the recommendation. Any further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Yes. Yes, that was the next move, that we will have a 15-minute for dinner. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so we'll begin the session. We are on item 16, and that is the financial plan for the Regional Growth Strategy Service. Ilian and Arbor, thank you. Now pass it to staff.
Thank you, Chair. And Alana Mullally is here to present the service as well. Alana.
Great. Thank you very much, James. Through Madam Chair to the directors. Thanks, Lisa. So while Lisa's loading the presentation, as you know, the Regional Growth Strategy is our key regional service to guide regional planning and decision-making. The RGS is focused on study work, data collection, and collaborative planning. And one of the key objectives for the service is to build capacity to work together on some of the very complex issues that face our community. So that requires identifying key partners and integrating as much of our work as possible, and finding ways to make the service efficient and nimble in order to use it to its full potential. This has been a strategic move, of course, premised on your fiscal responsibility, so not relying on reserves to fund day-to-day operations, and opportunities for efficiency through collaboration. Thanks, Lisa. So 2021 was another full and overall successful year in completing some significant projects, doing some foundational work, and launching a number of initiatives. So we completed the poverty reduction assessment, or the poverty assessment and reduction strategy. We completed year 1 and are nearing the end of year 2 of the Air Quality Roundtable, and we delivered the 2021 Wood Smoke Reduction Rebate Program. We completed the Active Transportation Network Plan, and we also completed in-house development of an RGS monitoring and evaluation platform. It's an ArcGIS platform. We're calling it the Hub. And this responds to the board's direction to create a sustainability checklist, as well as our requirement to, our legislative requirement to monitor progress on the RGS targets. We're currently undertaking an internal review and looking to a public launch in the spring. We were also able to work to align the Transition 2050 residential rebate acceleration strategy, residential retrofit acceleration strategy with our Clean BC municipal top-up program. And you might remember that that was a wildly successful program, and we saw a full subscription by June 2021 because there were some really deep financial rebates for folks. We also contracted assistance to start tracking community GHG emissions, completing our 2019 baseline, and developing some in-house software, some internal software that is used by the province. And then finally, we also had our first community climate action granting program, and that was the Road to 2030. This was a really fun program for staff. We were able to work with a number of great partners, including the school district and members of the Youth Climate Council as adjudicators. And we awarded 3 grants, one to Lush Valley for an Indigenous shelter belt food security project, one to Hornby Trees for Tomorrow for a tree planting project, and one to the Cumberland Community Forest to go towards acquisition of land within the Lower Perseverance watershed. So in 2021, our continued collaboration with our municipal and community partners enabled us to make some significant progress on a number of your strategic priorities. So with that in mind, I'll turn to 2022. Revenue within the service is primarily derived from tax requisition. So $550,000 in 2021, we were supplemented with $294,000 in senior government grant funding. And then we were further supplemented with some carry forward dollars from 2020. So in order to continue to tackle some of the complex issues that have emerged through strategic planning as board priorities, in 2022, the requisition is again proposed to be $550,000. On the expenditure side of this table, you'll see a modest increase proposed in personnel costs and a decreases in our proposed operating budget, as well as the contribution to reserve. So overall, what this means for a property assessed at $600,000 is a tax impact in 2022 of $12.60. In 2022, we'll continue to keep abreast of additional grant funding opportunities to support the work. And we already have secured funding commitments for our wood smoke reduction rebate program and the Clean BC municipal top-up program again. And we spoke to you about that, so both of those back in January. Staffing within the service is proposed to increase from a 2.75 full-time equivalent to a 3.4. This is suggested to be accomplished by reallocating existing positions within the organization. I do note that while we're really pleased about this on paper, we do presently have 2 vacancies within the allocation, which amounts to a 1.4 FTE, but we're getting there. So this continues to be a lean service with big output. Operation costs are proposed to decrease in 2022, and really that's just commensurate with the reduced revenue from the senior government grants that you saw in the previous table. So where 2020 and 2021 were years of project initiation, 2022 is a year for implementation. So you will find appended to your staff report a series of more detailed project plans for each of these key work plan items. And I'm happy to speak to any of those details, but at high level, these projects are, I apologize that these are not the same order as they are in the staff report. So in the staff report, your Appendix A speaks to an RGS update scoping report. That's something that we owe you this spring. And that would be setting you in a position to, so if we bring you that scoping report in June 2022, that would put you in a position, this board in a position to consider whether or not to initiate a review by the end of 2022, so likely December 2022. Appendix B, you'll find a description of our ArcGIS hub site, and that's the RGS monitoring and evaluation tool, which we're hoping to be public with in early summer. In Appendix C, you'll see detailed the air quality roundtable, as well as the wood smoke reduction strategy and the wood smoke reduction program. So strategy, the recommendations, the policy basis, program being the rebate program, and the outreach and education we do around that. In Appendix D of your report, you'll find some proposed regional active transportation network plan opportunities. These primarily focus on seeking some grant funding and some community partnerships. So we've talked a little bit to the Cycling Link Coalition about education and outreach, and that's to try to build that culture of active transportation in the Comox Valley. We've also been talking to some third-party providers of electric bicycle share programs. And then we're also proposing to do some design work in 2022. And the thinking there is that if we have some designs at the ready, then when a grant opportunity arises, we've got something in time to make a meaningful submission. And then finally, in your report, you'll see in Appendix E, our community GHG emissions tracking. I think, in the appendix, I've just called it a range of climate action initiatives. So it's the GHG tracking, the Transition 2050, and we owe you a report in May, and a description of our rebate and granting programs under the climate crisis driver. So in January 2022, you directed us to apply to the Union of BC Municipalities Poverty Reduction Action Grant Program. And if that grant is successful, we'll need to incorporate administration of the grant in this work plan. And we'll report back to you if we need to change or recommend removing an item in order to enable that work to occur. So as you know, all of this important work amounts to an at-capacity work plan, and we look forward to continuing to work with you and your staff and our community partners to realize the vision that you've established. Thank you.
Thanks, Alana. That's a lot. It's a very busy service, and thanks for all the hard work that you're doing on all those different initiatives. Does anyone have any questions? Dr. Hamir. Oh, sorry, it was Dr. Hillian first.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll echo the thanks for all that work. I look forward to the hub, and I also noted in the report the comment about the number of the significant amount of public engagement that there's been on a variety of initiatives. And I'm just wondering if the hub will actually quantify that as a piece of data, and also to what extent we will have public engagement around that rollout. Speaking to engaging people in GHG emission reduction and that sort of thing. I'm hoping that we've got the capacity to go beyond just Zoom calls and really encourage some ongoing engagement of our citizenry. Thanks.
Through Madam Chair to the directors, the hub is focused on the indicators that are identified in the regional growth strategy. So one of the things that's been, so thank you, yes, a ton of engagement has occurred. And through that engagement, we have, through our communications group, kept some stats. I hadn't really thought about housing that within the RDS hub, but that's certainly something we can think about how we could do to speak to that. So the hub focuses on those indicators that exist in the regional growth strategy right now and gives us a bit of a measure. And one of the things that's been really, really helpful for us as staff to see is where we have some gaps. So we thought we had some gaps between our policies and what we are measuring. So it's very often been difficult for us in some years to come to you and speak to our progress because we don't have data. Or there's a real disconnect between the indicator and the objective that is outlined in the RGS. So I think this tool will also very much help us in our RGS scoping report, our update scoping report to you to identify maybe some improvements that we could make there, as well as identify some policy and indicator gaps. As far as engagement on that work, I know that the community has been really excited about the idea of a central data repository. And I would say, I think we've been talking to a lot of community groups, and our message has been this has been about the regional growth strategy indicators and the goals. And the data that we're using, it's public data, and it's data that we feel very confident in its integrity. That's not to say that community groups don't also have data that has data integrity and aligns with some of the RGS indicators and goals. But our thought there is that rather than committing to measuring or sort of collecting that data that those other groups and organizations might be interested in, there is room using this ArcGIS product for a bit of a narrative. And I see that being a good place to round out, sort of help tell the story of the so what does the data mean? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Director Hamir.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks to Alana for the report. Echoing like how much is done in this service on such a lean staff number. And I've said this many years, that I'm gonna echo it again. I'm worried about how much we are doing with so few people. And I don't know if, I guess I'm just trying to understand how we can support this service a bit more. One of the things I worry about is that, the province has just come to the table with new funding for climate action, 76 million over 3 years. And if we are so tight to the extent that if we're looking at a poverty reduction strategy, we have to drop one of these things, it just feels to me that we won't be in a position to take advantage of dollars that may be on the table. So I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can bump up the requisition, maybe even for a consultant to be like, $20,000 or $30,000 for a contract person to just sit in reserve so that if a grant opportunity does arise that meets this board's needs around climate action, that it's not so tight that we have to drop one of these things, because that's really concerning that we don't have enough resources that we'd be able to take something else on. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Do staff want to respond or go to the next?
I think I certainly appreciate the sentiments, and I appreciate the interest and support. And I just want to echo your appreciation to Alana and her team and the RGS service. It is it is the regional planning service for study work and for understanding the drivers that can affect that growth strategy and community development. The work plan put before you, and as we've seen in previous years, is certainly robust in trying to respond to what the board has set through strategic planning exercises and through the work that we've been responding to for the past couple of years. So what is presented is a reflection of what the board has set through strategic planning. And I guess and going forward, I think that's what we see again here is that a determination on what the board has set through strategic planning, and now we're acting on that, we're implementing that.
As far as room for any new initiatives and funding for that.
I would only say that the the staffing model that we presented and that supports this service, as Alana indicated, it is lean, it's focused. Monitoring contracts and reviewing contracts and having a contractor available takes time also, and it's not something to be taken on lightly. We do manage contracts from time to time. They take a lot of effort as well. I think a lot of the work that Alana's team does do is monitoring and managing those contracts to deliver services. So I'd need to really understand more about what the goal of something like that might be and how that might fit in with the existing work plan that we have. I'm hesitant if you can appreciate that.
Thank you. Director Hillian? Oh. No. Director Maureen, you're also good? Okay. I don't see any further questions. Are you sure? Director Hamir?
Maybe can I ask then, does this service function have a reserve? And if so, how much is in it?
To Madam Chair, just bear with me a moment, I'll just pull that up. So at the end of 2021, the future expenditure reserve is an estimated balance of 208,490. Okay, I guess if I could say one comment, like if depending what your wishes are when we get to talking about a potential update or review of the regional growth strategy, I think that would be a really good time to talk about how we deliver on the work and what additional resources might be needed, because depending on the scope that you set, there could be, certainly a need to talk about how we further allocate staffing or whatever that might look like. We're bringing on some additional consulting assistance, but each of the projects that you saw on that table, to some degree or another, we have worked with consultants on those projects. We've been managing contracts for all of those projects.
Director Harper?
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall the 110 conversation from 9 items ago, but I guess I'm glad you suggested waiting for this item here, because what I see is we're closing out the term. So, there's 6 months left to our term. How much new things do we want to start? But in those 6 months, we're going to have a preview through the hub, the old dashboard, of how we're tracking against targets that are really across the span of things, from climate to parks to social, right? There's social targets and there's housing targets. It's just about everything. So then we'll see where the gaps are, hopefully. Or maybe we'll say, hey, I don't agree with those gaps. We could do way better. And we absolutely need a social planner, but we'll get that in the next few months. Right? And then as you start with a fresh board next term, you have your strategic session, which includes whether you're redoing the RGS and its targets, or whether you stay the course and you resource to fill the gaps where you're scoring C pluses, like on climate, according to my own calculations. But short term, I'm trying to capture the conversation from before is what balls don't we drop between now and then if there's a need. and we held back on the resolution. We passed it back to staff for referral. So are we happy with that as a board? I guess I can live with that till next meeting, but is Director Hamir, like, how do you feel, or how do the
Well,
people that are
maybe-
close to the social work feel about this?
Yeah, maybe Alana could speak to the full-time equivalent that's missing right now and the 1.4, I think you said, and how that could help possibly with some of the social planning issues that we're facing.
Certainly through Madam Chair to the directors. We did undertake a recruitment for a manager of long range planning earlier this year, and we weren't able to bring someone, unfortunately. So that's one of the allocations that is missing. And then the other allocation that's missing is it's a policy and planning analyst, which is a really great position. It's an entry level position. And as you'll know, when we bring someone new into the organization, we really want to support them and set them up for success. And that takes the work of a manager to be able to really do that in an effective way. So I will see that those two are related. It's certainly not that we can't, but it's really thinking about, do we have time to bring on a new entry level person? And I know I'm speaking very candidly, like it's sort of the internal conversation that we've had about wanting to orient someone and setting them up for success.
Thank you. And in terms of whether those new staff can sort of take on the load of some of these initiatives that we have under the regional growth strategy in relation to social aspects, and your feeling on whether that's applicable, or should another service be created with social planning and maybe a regional grant system like the discussion earlier this evening?
Through Madam Chair to the directors, I think we probably want to flesh out what it is you're looking for. What is the purpose of that service, and what are you wanting that person to do? The RGS service, the way we've sort of tried to cultivate it over the last couple of years has been around the policy development, data collection, convening the municipal partners, that sort of work. And so we haven't necessarily focused on specific skill sets, like specific skill expertise. So if you were looking for someone to bring that kind of expertise, this may or may not, but certainly James, you probably have some more thoughts on that.
Maybe I'll go to Director Arbor while he can collect his thoughts. Director Arbor?
Yeah, if I look at the RGS, it's a bit like the general admin thing. Like, we don't run the parks out of the RGS, but there's something in there for about parks. We don't run housing out of the RGS, but we have a service for homelessness. So I could see on the social support side that I would still see in the future some kind of feasibility that, and the feasibility could be, the conclusion is we're just going to fund the organizations, or we're going to hire a social planner, or we're going to do both, right? But I'm not sure that that'd be the perfect place. And I used to think that'd be the perfect place in RGS, but I think I'm changing my mind just thinking about how the other initiatives live inside their own services, but they're all linked to that research and data collection and goal setting. So that'd be my thought. And I guess I was gonna, where did we leave that? The feasibility around the social planning, is that coming back in the referral as well, or that's dead, or it's coming back in the referral? There's one head nodding.
I could,
yeah,
try
and I'll
this
have one last comment with it.
Just building a little bit on what Lana was saying, and yes, talking about that feasibility work that had been considered to the community groups and grant funding topic. So we'll come back with a staff report that looks at other options. What I want to say during the time, and if the board was so inclined to look at that kind of a feasibility exercise, what we would seek to present for you is taking what we want to identify is what's the board interest with regard to social services and support for those activities. And so it would be a matter of taking a pulse of those community groups that are providing those services, those that we know of, that we have direct relationship with, and probably casting the net a little bit wider, because certainly we don't know of all the groups. Really understanding our own experiences, and those are both pitfalls and opportunities. And we've had some recent experience with working with some of the grant opportunities and so really sharing those good experiences and as well as pitfalls so that we don't repeat them. And then of course taking a look at other jurisdictions and what are those other jurisdictions doing on the social services side of things. So that's what we intended or could be part of a feasibility type scoping exercise. We didn't get to that point. I didn't share that earlier because I think the referral, can be brought back and we can discuss that on the referral. But that was the intent around the feasibility type work. And
Thank you.
So it's captured basically under the referral and the staff report, both sides of it, right?
Yeah, the initial staff report certainly considers that idea, and I was just expanding a bit of what that work might look like.
Good. And I just want to say my last comment on the RGS for tonight is great. I mean, look at where we were at the visitor center 3 years ago when we did a strategic session, and Alana 3 years ago was probably 10 years younger. It feels like so long ago. And we were all talking about all these different initiatives that we wanted to do, and we didn't have a service to make it live in. And we all agreed to expand the RGS service to capture a lot of our climate, social, and other initiatives. And we've done that as a board. So I think it's not perfect. We haven't solved everything, but we've come a long way in working as a region towards addressing some of those issues. It's great.
Yeah, and I think as Alana talked about the RGS scoping report will tease things out a little bit more, make the path a little bit clearer. So that's good too. Any further discussion? Okay, we're on receipt. The vote of the full board, all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Barber and Cole Hamilton are moving the financial plan for RGS service be approved. Any further discussion? Vote of the full board, all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we're on to item 17, is the Comox Valley Tourism Service financial plan. Grant and Arbor, thank you. And I'll pass it to staff.
Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to introduce Lisa Kilpatrick, our Economic Recovery and Community Resilience Coordinator, who will introduce this budget, Function 550, with the proposed new name here that we'll hear from Lisa on.
Good evening. Lisa, do you have the presentation?
Yes, she's just queuing it up.
Great. Well, through Madam Chair to the directors, I'll just go ahead and start up here. So this was not at the table too long ago. In February, the board approved that the Comox Valley Economic Development Service would be repurposed as the Comox Valley Tourism Service. So that is the budget that we are presenting tonight. So it's the same number, but a new name. So this service, the new 550 service, provides tourism information and destination marketing services for the region and is delivered through a service contract with Tourism Vancouver Island. And that those services are delivered through the visitor center as well as the mobile kiosks throughout the region. And of course, this service now includes the ownership and operation of the visitor center. And so that is what we'll discuss in the budget. The revenue for this service is derived from tax requisition, fee-for-service agreements for 2022. That's with Cumberland, non-government grants. So we have a grant from Destination BC, and then for 2022, the prior year surplus. Financial plan highlights. So the requisition here is a decrease of $748,000 or 77% over 2021. Now this is due to the significant change in the service. So as we get into the budget, it's like comparing apples to oranges. But at any rate, the 22 tax rate is approximately, has a tax impact of about $552 at the assessed value of $600,000. So one of the key pieces in terms of funding the capital expenses of the budget was drawing down the current future expenditure reserve, which was established under the economic service. And so that drawdown of about 120,000 will fund the outstanding capital repairs needed to the visitor center in 2022. We have put forward a recommendation to amend that future expenditure reserve bylaw, really just renaming that expenditure reserve to align with the restructuring of the service. In addition, we are proposing the establishment of a new Capital Works Reserve Fund, and this fund will be established to provide funding for future improvements and needed maintenance to maintain the asset. We have an annual mortgage of about $73,000 for the visitor center that will be fully repaid over this 5-year financial plan, and that will conclude in August of 2026. As this is a new service, we are proposing 3 planning processes. And the first will be the visitor center planning and visioning to determine the potential uses and future operations of that facility. And we foresee initiating that in 2022. And then in 2023, moving forward with a Comox Valley Tourism Master Plan, as well as looking at the municipal regional development tax for the Comox Valley, the MRDT. So here we have the budget. Again, it does show comparison from 2021 to 2022. And that the key difference here is that we are taking what was a service that was almost completely operated through an operational grant with an external third party, and we have those costs now running directly through the CVRD along with the new asset. In terms of the operating budget of $520,000, the bulk of that operating budget is actually a flow through of the Destination BC grant that we receive of $280,000, which came through the prior year surplus, so it's carry forward from last year. And then we also have $50,000 that goes towards TVI's contract under that operating. The contribution to reserve, we have about $98,000 going into the new capital reserve and $11,000 going into the future expenditure reserve. And then moving down, we have in terms of the capital expenses for this year, again, as I mentioned earlier, we're moving the $120,000 we're drawing down the current future expenditure reserve, and that amount will be going towards key capital projects. So that is the siding that needs to be replaced at the visitor center. We have work that needs to be done on the parking lot and the walkways, revitalizing the green roof to maximize the impact and energy savings of that part of the building. And then we have about a $10,000 contingency fund in there. So I'll just leave it for questions now.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Are there any questions from the board on tourism service function? Dr. Arbour.
I want to ask Dr. Grant's question. Do we know, Lisa, what Comox contribution is to the service for the coming year?
So Comox's contribution is based on tax requisition. And Kevin, do you have that information in front of you?
Kevin gave me the answer at lunch, so or at dinner. It seemed like lunch, it was so long ago, but
that's right.
so I don't need that answer anymore.
Well, it's been asked in the public realm, you might as well answer for the public.
Fair enough. Through the chair to the director. So yes, so for 2022, the Comox portion would be just over $43,000. And then of course, the others are allocated out accordingly based on the apportionment based on assessed values. And then of course, the Village of Cumberland would be paying by way of contract, and that amount is about $13,000 for 2022.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we're on receipt. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Grant and Hillian have moved recommendation 1, and that's to approve financial plan for the Comox Valley Tourism Service. Any further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. Maureen and Grant. And that's recommendation 2, that staff bring forward a bylaw to establish the capital works reserve. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Recommendation 3, staff bring forward an amendment to bylaw number 482. That's the economic development service function. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? And that's carried. So we're on to item 18. It's financial plan for functions 200, 205, 400, and 795. Hillian and Arbor, thank you. I'll pass it to staff.
Kevin, over to you. Sorry.
That's quite all right. Through the chair to the directors. Yes, I have a short presentation on kind of 4 of our services that by their nature are, fairly stable and fairly predictable year over year. So as in past years, we've kind of bundled these up collectively just to provide you a general overview of what's happening in some of these services. So as I said here, these services tend to always be fairly stable, are presented once again collectively. As part of the overall Rethink Comox Valley or COVID-19 planning, there were no recommended actions specifically targeted to any of these services. So these services have been kind of carrying on kind of a stay the course kind of plan. And as we have indicated in the staff report, each of these services supports, 1 or more key community partnerships throughout the valley. Obviously works, quite closely with any one of a local agency, commission, or certainly local government in the case of the cemetery service. Brief highlights on each. Victim Services Function 200. This is largely to support an operational grant agreement with the Comox Valley Transition Society. As I've noted here and in the staff report, that agreement has recently expired in December, so staff are going to be working on a proposed new multi-year agreement, and we'll be looking to bring that forward back to the board for its consideration later on this spring. What's also funded in that service is a modest amount of $12,000 to the Comox Valley Crime Stoppers to support their ongoing work, and that's been a pretty stable contribution to that organization for the last several years. With respect to community justice, Function 205, again, that's also done largely by way of an operational grant. That agreement was recently renewed with the Community Justice Center back in 2019 and carries us through 2023. So as we approach the end of next year, we'll be revisiting that agreement as well. With respect to the cemetery service, this supports various cemetery works undertaken by the City of Cartney and includes a number of activities associated with the cemetery, including the purchase and installation of niche walls and addition to lawn crypt works, to speak to others. For 2022, we currently have about $213,000 in work slated to be undertaken in that service, and that does include 2 carry forward items from 2021 to the tune of about $73,000. And then lastly, Comox Valley Airport, Function 795, as we've reported to the directors before. This is largely in place to deal with the long-term debt that was undertaken about 20 years ago. So we are in the last couple of years of that debt. That debt is slated to retire at the end of next year. So at that time, once the service has been fully completed, then potentially in 2024, we'd be bringing something back to consider the future of the service. And then just quickly to give you a sense of the overall budgets year over year, with respect to victim services, a modest increase has been requested by the Comox Valley Transition Society. I mean, their operating grant has been pretty stable, over an extended period of time. So certainly something we feel we can accommodate within the service. With respect to community justice, that was increased at the last round of agreement negotiations. So that has been bumped up to reflect that. And then that's consistent across this current 5-year agreement. With respect to cemetery, again, largely funded through a combination of requisition and reserve. So we do annual contributions to the reserve at minimum about $25,000 to ensure we have, kind of money in the kitty to support any of the capital works that the city of Courtenay is looking to undertake, that we can support with a combination of reserve dollars and, of course, requisition. And then lastly, airport, again, the lion's share of those costs are, of course, the debt servicing costs with some minimal operational costs just to keep the service kind of in place. And we are continuing to draw down on the FE reserve that is in place for that service, so that as that debt fully retires at the end of next year, so will the reserve be kind of fully expended at the same time. And that's all I have on any of these services. More than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Director Arbor.
Thanks. And I'm trying to recall the housing spectrum wheel that we were looking at earlier. And it'd be useful to, as we consider the scoping or feasibility, maybe for staff to consider the spectrum in the social support space of different things, because 2 of those services are definitely in the social support space with the Transition Society and the other with Justice Center, right? So those are already services that we deliver, and I'm sure that they would occupy a space in that universe in the wheel of social services. So it's interesting to see them as little satellites that we haven't really talked about today, but that, what would we add to that? That's my comment, and thanks for a very short presentation on these today. And nobody has mentioned that Area A doesn't contribute to the cemetery service, so I'll let it rest.
Okay, so nobody has questions about victim services, community justice, cemetery service, or airport. All right, we're on receipt. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. There's recommendation. Hamir and Arbor, and that is for the approval of the financial plan for victim services. Any further discussion? Will the full board, all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Wilco, Hamilton, and Grieve, and that's for the approval of the financial plan for Comox Valley Community Justice. Any more discussion on community justice? All right, to vote full board, all in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And recommendation 3 moved by Arbor and seconded by Hillian. And that's for approval of the cemetery services financial plan. Vote of Courtenay and Comox. All in favor? And Area B, sorry, I missed that little B on there. Anyone opposed? That's carried. And that's for the Comox Valley Airport Service approval financial plan, moved by Hillian, seconded by Grant. Vote of full board, all in favor? Anyone opposed? And that's carried. Okay, so that takes us to new business. Thank you. We do need a vote on the addendum being considered, and Hillian has moved, Grant has seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That is carried. So we will consider the financial plan for the homeless support service function, 451. Anyone want to move that? Arbor, and I heard a groan from Cole Hamilton, so I think that will be a second. And I'll pass it to staff.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, directors, for considering this addendum. We recognize that it was put onto the agenda late. We had intended to include it as it has obvious connections in with the function 450, and we had intended it to be on this agenda. So thank you for having it here. If the directors do need to refer this matter, because Alana will prepare will present the report, but if the directors do need to refer it, certainly we can consider it at the board next week.
Thank you.
Alana.
Great. Thank you very much, James. Through Madam Chair to the directors. So 2022 marks the 7th year of this service. The participants are defined Area A, Electoral Area B and C, and the Village of Cumberland and City of Courtenay. The purpose of the service is to provide funds to local non-governmental organizations based on a CBRD board-approved 5-year action plan to address homelessness. And recommendations for project funding allocation come from the Coalition to End Homelessness's leadership team. So I'll be providing an overview of this service and outlining the proposed financial plan for 2022. First, however, I'd like to invite Angela Fletcher, the coordinator for the coalition, to provide a presentation highlighting the work undertaken by the coalition in 2021 and detailing the recommendations of the coalition's leadership team for 2022. And Angela's been hanging on here for, so I'm hoping, I can't see that far if she's still, there she is.
Hi there.
Thank you,
and
Angela.
Let me know, thank you, Alana, and please let me know if you can see my screen.
Will do, yeah.
Thank you.
We put up the slides.
Oh, you put up the slides,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, no. Yeah. Angela, you can screen share. Okay. Yeah, because we have our financial plan slide up, but you can share yours now.
Perfect. Going back to it. Thank you. Thank you both. Much appreciated. I have met some of you and others I have not met yet. I started as the coalition's coordinator in August of 2021, and my name is Angela Fletcher. Thank you.
Hey, Angela, we can't see your presentation yet.
Oh, no.
One more time. Can you try sharing again?
Yeah.
Do we have her presentations? Maybe we'll put it.
I did do it several times.
Okay, yeah, we'll try and pull it up on our end and put it up on the screen here.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. I'll come back to you then.
Is this the one that she wanted to speak to?
You let me try it one more time, I can.
Oh yeah, we see it. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I've been sitting here for a while. Maybe that's why.
I think you need to put it in slide view. Yeah, there we go.
Great. So again, my name is Angela Fletcher, and I am the coordinator for the Coalition to End Homelessness. Thank you all for hearing from me today. Appreciate it. So the Coalition to End Homelessness now has 37 member agencies who together plan, coordinate, recommend, and advocate for the implementation of responses to homelessness and increasing affordable housing. We do that through 4 strategic priorities, which include increasing affordable housing and supports, includes community collaboration and prevention and education, capacity building, and fundraising. One of the major things that we do within that fund and fundraising is make recommendations to the HSS. Our new members from 2021 were Sunday Station, the Unhoused Society, the Comox Valley Pride Society, the Hornby Island Housing Society, as well as St. Vincent de Paul. So it was great to see those additions. For the first 5 years of the HSS and the coalition, there was a 5-year plan. Now that we're in the 7th year, we've moved into new reporting tools. And they include a housing plan, which is submitted to the CVRD at the end of each year. And it will be posted to the coalition website, as well as an annual report, which reflects the previous year, and lets the CVRD and anyone looking just what's happened in the coalition year, as well as an action plan for the year coming. You'll find all of those on our website, and you can also email me at any time if you'd like to take a look at them. Some fantastic highlights in 2021 was the opening of Sanderson Place, which was the Habitat for Humanity development on Lake Trail Road. We also had the approval of Cypress Gardens, which is in the affordable housing project in Comox, and as well as the approval of Wache's development on the corner of 17th and McPhee. And we also saw some support for the Rainbow House, and that is supported through Dawn to Dawn as well as Comox First Nation. And we also saw some movement towards the development of Dairy's Place, which is on Mission Road, and that's a transitional housing unit for women and children. One of the coalition's initiatives that is operated through the Comox Valley Transition Society is Connect. Connect is a drop-in program, as well as offering emergency shelter overnight beds. We had over 14,000 visits this year to Connect, and over 17,000 visits to the shower service. And in the EWR, we saw just over 1,600 people coming for shelter overnight. So that would be about 10 people a night from October, when the EWR was implemented, from about October until this current, though that statistic was until the end of December. So from October till December. This year, the coalition, along with the Comox Valley Regional District and the City of Courtenay, submitted an application for some funding through the Strengthening Communities grant. And we were very, very happy to be awarded the funding. The funding's been fantastic. It's increased hours at Connect and services. It's also allowed us to open up the Community Cares Warming Center, and that started January 21st and is expected to end on April 1st. Now, this particular service was based on the Extreme Weather Center that you heard about earlier tonight, and acknowledging that Connect had the capacity that it had, and there was a whole bunch more people looking for services and needing support. And with the Strengthening Communities grant funding, we opened that center. We look forward to implementing more peer projects as well as rural outreach. There's Community Care. So Community Care has had over 1,000 visits, is highly supported, just like Connect, with community love and community support. Community Cares sees about 50 people. It's open from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. and it sees about 50 people each night at this time. It started with lower numbers, but as more people catch on and are aware of the service, it's increased its capacity and support. So as mentioned, and as you know, the coalition makes recommendations for the HSS, and there's a whole process that's included within that. First of all interested parties that would like to access funding need to be coalition members. Then there's a whole EOI process that's involved. So the coalition's leadership team and the coordinator put together an expression of interest application. And that is sent out to all of the coalition members. And then there's, of course, a deadline in which we receive those expressions of interest. At that time, we establish a review committee. A review committee is agencies within the coalition, but not just the leadership team. So this year, for an example, we did have a couple people from the leadership team without conflicting interests, and then as well as support from other member agencies within the coalition. So the committee then reviews all of the EOIs and then makes a recommendation to the coalition leadership team. And then the leadership team can ask any questions if they have any. And then those recommendations are brought forward to the coalition as a whole for a consensus vote. So each member agency only gets one vote. And then from there, the recommendations are brought forward to the CVRD. So this year, the HSS applicants for Habitat for Humanity, Watch a Friendship Center, as well as the coalition itself, and supported through the Comox Valley Transition Society. So Habitat for Humanity is looking for funds for the construction of 12 townhomes for families on Piercy. And Watch is looking for support for the construction of the 40 suite and 1-bedroom units for elders and low income seniors. And then there was an ask for some funds to put towards renovations or capital costs of a drop-in shelter for the unsheltered. The Year 7 coalition recommendations were brought forward with an understanding of having about $200,000. And the coalition recommends that the Watch a Friendship Center receive $115,000 for their affordable 40 suite and 1-bedroom units. I would like to mention that, again, this was one of the projects that was proposed and accepted by the city, so it will be going forward. Also, Habitat for Humanity, we recommend that they are given $10,000 towards the building of affordable townhomes. They actually have plans to start pouring their foundations. And then, of course, a coalition member agency receiving $75,000 for a drop-in shelter for the unhoused. And that's that for this year. Thank you very much for listening. And I appreciate all your time and your support. Thank you.
That's great, Angela. Thanks so much. Are there any questions? Dr. Hamir?
Yeah, I'm just noticing, on our report, in our recommendations, that the numbers are not quite in line with what Angela just presented. Would staff be able to clarify, especially for the last item for the shelter for the in-house? It looks like we have a much higher number.
If I can, I think Alana has a PowerPoint presentation to introduce this. We were fortunate to have Angela attend to present the work of the coalition here at this time. So when Alana does her presentation, that will bring some clarity, or should bring clarity to the recommendations in the staff report.
Dr. Hillian.
Thanks. Thanks very much for the presentation and for all your good work, Angela. I'm just curious about Watch A. Did they not also receive funding for this project last year? Is that so essentially that's a continuation? Is it the same money or is it two separate allotments?
Same development. I'm not sure if Roger is here to answer to it.
Yeah, no, there's no problem with it. I'm supportive either way. I just wondered if it was the same money that was carried over from one year to the next, or if it was two different distinct allotments.
Two different ones.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And I know you've been on the line for a long time, Angela, but maybe if you could stay until after Alana's report, because there might be some questions after that. Thanks so much.
Great. Thanks, Madam Chair. And thank you, Angela. So you've set me up really well, Directors Hamir and Hillian, for some of the content of the presentation. We'll just jump to, so just building on the comments that Angela has provided about the work of the coalition. In 2021, these are the projects that you allocated funding for through the service. So Tall Tree Place in Cumberland, the Wache project, this is a different separate allocation, $70,000 last year, 115 is proposed this year, and then 30,000 last year for the PRC Avenue Habitat project, and then 10,000 proposed for this year. And then also last year, the board made a contribution to sort of a non-bricks and mortar, rather on the support side of the service. And that was $30,000 toward the coordinator position, and $5,000 provided to the coalition to provide honoraria to engage individuals with lived experience in the allocation process that Angela just described, or the recommendation process, sorry, that Angela just described. Revenue within this service is normally primarily derived from tax requisition. So in 2022, tax requisition is proposed at $245,000. This is the same recommendation we brought you in 2021. But in 2022, you'll note a significant contribution of senior government grant funding, and this is the Strengthening Community Services Grant. Angela just referenced it in her presentation, and that accounts in 2022 for the majority of the services revenue. So we've received half of the grant amount, and that is what's shown here in that 46. I'm squinting as if that would help, but it won't. So that number is what we've received so far. And then we're eligible to receive the second influx of dollars upon submission of our final grant report to UBCM. So you see this increase show up on the expenditures side as a considerable proposed increase in the 22 operations. And that's just because of that direct correlation between those two line items. You'll also note that there are no direct CVRD personnel costs assigned to this service. So in 2022, the service's maximum requisition is $376,492. And we're proposing a requisition of $245,000. So the tax impact for a property assessed at $600,000 is $6.96. There are no capital projects undertaken by this service, and we have an estimated balance, or we will have an estimated balance at the end of 2021 when the balancing occurs, of just under $42,000. As noted, the Strengthening Community Services Grant augments the requisition in 2022. And this, as you might recall, this is funding through the provincial and federal Safe Restart Agreement administered through UBCM to support unsheltered populations and address related community impacts. So on Angela's side, she highlighted a couple of the activity sort of areas that we applied for. And so ultimately we applied to temporarily increase emergency shelter capacity, availability, and services, to provide temporary and incremental services, including basic supplies. And that included the increasing capacity at Connect, as Angela talked about. We also proposed and received approval for activities that would reduce community concerns about public health and safety in the neighborhoods where unsheltered populations are seeking temporary shelter. And also activities that will increase the capacity of eligible applicants to work with unsheltered persons and Indigenous organizations towards culturally safe and trauma-informed responses. So staff is working with the grant project team, and you might know that comprises the coalition's leadership team, Angela as the coordinator, City of Courtenay staff, and CBRD staff. And we're working together to allocate those grant funds to various service providers. Angela and Carrie tonight have both given you, I think, a great description of the Community Cares project, but that is one of the activities that has received funding. And the project team has earmarked up to $110,000 for that initiative. So in 2022, based on that requisition of $245,000, we are recommending allocation of $235,000. Sorry. So you noted the contrast with what is being recommended by the coalition leadership team. So I'll just cut to it here. We are recommending that $115,000 be allocated to the Wache development. We're recommending that $10,000 be allocated to the Habitat Piercy Avenue development. But at this time, we are recommending that instead of allocating $75,000 as recommended by the coalition to the capital costs of a drop-in center, that we hold on to that money to potentially cover an expenditure that we made, the CBRD made, to the Comox Valley Transition Society to reimburse them for costs expended in the operation of Connect from September 2021 until January of this year. And without getting too much into the nitty-gritty of that, unless you'd like to, we really regard this as a sort of a plan B in the event that some of the expenses that we reimbursed are not eligible under the grant. This is the fail-safe. These would be the dollars that we would use. If through our discussions with the grant funder, we are able to fund those activities, then we'll come back to you to talk about how you might be interested in allocating funding, either as the coalition has recommended, or if it's a lesser portion, just what that could look like. And we'll work with the coalition leadership team and Angela on that. Okay, so given those allocations, you'll note that we also have an unallocated amount of $19,000. And staff is proposing that this be allocated to retain some consulting services or some consulting assistance to help CVRD staff, the leadership team, and Angela, the coordinator, to begin working on implementing the service review recommendations. So you might remember we received a long list of 14 recommendations, all really great recommendations that will help us improve the sustainability of the service. And so we would, through a request for proposals or expression of interest, seek some support to begin that work. And in the interest of time, 20 to 9, I'll end it there. And certainly I'm happy to speak to any questions that you might have. Director Arbor.
Thanks. And thanks for that explanation, which reminded me of my days in nonprofit sector where you try to make all those numbers work with the funders and your contingencies. It would have been some real poetry if in the emergency shelter you had requested 70,000 instead of 50,000 to match the 7. You know what I mean? You got the joke. Yeah. Anyways, I understand what you're trying to achieve here, and I understand the complexity of the grants that we're dealing with. My main question is obviously the CVRD is presenting something a little different. We've tended to just accept the budgets from the coalition. So is the coalition, Angela, are you in support of what is being proposed here, or do you see any impact to the members?
As the suggestion just came forward yesterday, we've had a little conversation within the leadership team, but do believe that it's important that we bring it forward to the coalition as a whole before we state the coalition's opinion. So we do have some more questions around the recommendation, and would like the opportunity to go forward and talk about it with the coalition.
So, okay, so we're in a 24-hour window here since the news. And for staff, is that something that we can work with before we finalize budget? That's to get a little bit of clarification for the rest of the members, or obviously you're looking for a tentative budget approval tonight based on this plan. So I'm just trying to make sure that everybody is feeling good about things. I mean, James, I don't know if you have a suggestion. Or...
Yeah, I think as the staff report recommendation includes the recommending support for the financial plan, which includes the $245,000 requisition. It also includes the allocation within that for, as noted, the Wache habitat and Connect operations. Should the coalition come back with concerns or a changed allocation or some other recommendations, we'd be able to bring that back to the board. But I think what's important from the budget perspective is that $245,000 requisition, and then the allocation of those monies within the service is what the board can consider at a later date if the coalition comes back with a change.
And I would like to consider an increase in the requisition tonight. Not that we have to pass anything, but that we talk about it and give some of the members the implications, financial implications of what that might entail, and possibly refer it again. But I will let the directors speak. Director Maureen.
Great, thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions, all regarding the Strengthening Communities grant. The first one is, my understanding was there was going to be some I thought there was going to be some anti-stigma training as well. I know that you, maybe Angela brought up the culturally safe piece, but I just wondered if you could clarify whether that was happening and what that was going to look like. That's my first question, if I'm allowed to have 3, but we'll have to see how that goes, I guess.
Through Madam Chair, and thanks for breaking those 3 up at this time of the night. So the you're absolutely right. One of that last I think under the heading number 4 that I was speaking about was, you know, the ensuring the culturally appropriate and trauma informed. So the project that we pitched to UBCM under that was some training for local government and elected officials, and we were specifically thinking about our folks who are working in the field, who are working with potentially unsheltered population. So that's coming. We've put together a draft of a memorandum of understanding among the project team to flesh out, you know, who's taking the lead on what, and your staff have indicated that that's the area that they would like to devote their leadership to.
Okay, thanks. And then we had heard a while back that we were looking for maybe an extension to use the funds because the deadline had come and gone. And I just wondered if it kind of sounds like that happened, but I just wondered if that's the case.
Through Madam Chair, so you know, there's a little bit in flux here, and I'm not trying to gloss over it. I'm just trying to, you know, not take you too far into the weeds with us, but there is likely a need, or there could be a need to request some amendments to the approval that we received. And so in our discussions with UBCM staff, the suggestion was just roll in any requested extension in that overall request. We do have confidence from UBCM staff that an extension to the end of 2022, so to December, is a reasonable and supportable request. So that's what we're banking on.
Right. And then the final one was just whether there was, I know that we're just kind of holding the money and the coalition, I guess, was sort of managing it. So was there fund? I mean, Angela's one person. I just wondered, were there funds built in to the coalition to be able to help kind of manage or coordinate?
So through Madam Chair, the coordination of the grant, those are eligible expenses. And so we've been invoiced for 2 coordination expenditures, one from Angela and one from a member of the leadership team. And so that's a perfectly reasonable eligible expense going forward.
That's great. Thank you.
And that's part of the MOU, like wanting to keep this moving.
Thanks.
Dr. McCollum.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had a few questions around the recommendations that we received from the HSS process. Well, one thing that strikes me is that aside from the possible capital contributions to connect, we're looking at projects that were on the table last year when we considered the budget. And I'm wondering if we're not seeing any, like, I know that this function in the past has been used to provide kind of money in the initial process of trying to get housing moving forward, like an application or getting a proposal in place. And I'm wondering if we're not seeing that in this round because there's just less coming through from the province, or if Angela has any comments on that at all.
It seemed a little bit slower last year in terms of like people were so focused on pandemic relief. So we were really happy to see how many affordable housing projects were confirmed to be developed last year. And it was only the 3 applicants that submitted this year. No one else submitted for support for affordable housing.
Well, that's interesting. I had thought that might be the case just based on the similarities from last year. And I guess my other question is, you know, the little bit that I know about how Habitat works is basically they kind of continue with projects as they have money in place. So they are less dependent on what comes through from the province, and they kind of have their own methods of getting their projects underway. So whereas with the WACHE, they basically have secured funding and that project is a go-ahead. So I think one project here is 12 homes, the other is 40. But it seems to me that we're providing quite a bit more per unit for the already approved project. And I'm wondering if any thoughts given to that, or what the rationale is of the 10,000 versus the 115,000.
So we also present to Comox, and so Habitat for Humanity did ask for more. They asked for 50,000, and so that's what we're going to be asking Comox for, is the remainder of their ask.
Okay. And then my last question, and this you may not be able to tell me off the top of your head, but what additional, I don't know, what gets added to the development project if it's already been approved for funding at a certain amount? Does that take some of the financial burden off the Wache Society itself, or like how does that $115,000 get used after a project has already been provided funding from BC Housing?
I don't think that I can answer that correctly. I'm sorry. I can have Roger or someone from the leadership team reach out to you and answer that question for you at a later date. I know that there's grant stacking and different things that happen, but I could not give you a clear answer on that.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, I have no doubt that the Wache Society can do very good things with support from their local government. I just thought it might be helpful for the public to understand exactly how that's utilized once the project is underway. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Hamir.
Yeah, just a question around, this budget versus last year. The support for coordination, I guess, is not in this year's budget. The 35,000 that was put towards sort of more not project based, but I'm assuming it was supporting either Angela's position or a position. So is that being covered elsewhere, or what has happened to that need to support basically to support coordination?
Need is still there, and we'll have to look for a source for it.
Okay, and so I think that speaks to maybe what Director Kettler was just mentioning, that we may need to up the requisition then, because if the need's still there, we're not fully funding this the way that the community is requiring.
Yes, that is part of what I wanted to discuss about, that the possibility of future coordination funding is at risk, but also that, the space needs haven't been met. And so the additional funding money that we've received can't get fully utilized without meeting those space needs, so that we can provide enough space to increase the capacity in the way that's needed. So, and the gap is getting bigger because real estate is so crazy that the opportunity for nonprofits to get into a space, whether it be an ownership or a lease situation, is just getting that much less realistic. That's why I think we need to look at what we're requisitioning, because these grants are temporary. They're for temporary relief, mostly due to COVID. They're not for the core funding for any of these things, and they are not enough to provide those increased space needs that we're looking at, or the coordination that we need. Director Hillian?
Thanks, Chair. I understand there are some challenges with interpretations of eligibility related to the grant, but from the report that we've been given, $110,000 of the grant is being given to the new warming center, and that leaves about 436,000 that is not being used? Is that, am I correct assuming that? Is that sitting in a bank account somewhere just now?
Through Madam Chair to the director. So of that amount from the grant that we've used thus far, 110 has gone, as you said, to community cares via a funding agreement. It's not that it's unused, right? Because we're relying on service providers to primarily deliver the activities. It's about understanding how we can get those dollars out the door, and that's what the project team is working on. Angela late in December, early January, did an expression of interests among service providers to try to encourage folks to apply. And my hope is that the project team will be able to look at those and, you know, the interest. So sorry, no expressions were received through that call, correct, Angela? And it's
for shelter.
Right.
Is that clear? We didn't ask for additional EOIs for the shelter. That EOI was for the other components of the grant.
Right. So that remaining 400 that you're speaking to. So our hope now as a project team is to go it again, to do the ask again, now that there's greater familiarity and understanding about what the grant is, for folks to take advantage of those dollars. And that's part of the reason that we're asking UBCM, or we intend to ask UBCM for the extension, because it is taking some time to get the dollars into the hands of service providers.
So I don't understand from the presentation why we're taking 91,000 from the tax requisition for operational costs Connect, when there's several $100,000 in grant funding that presumably could be used for that function.
So through Madam Chair, the grant is intended to provide that temporary incremental support that would enable an increase in service provision in a community. So when we made this application, the landscape was a little bit different. And now that, you know, here we are several months later, almost a year later, we were having these conversations a year ago about what our application looks like. The landscape has changed significantly. And so the needs of Connect and the transition society, you know, to operate, those operating costs didn't change. Those, you know, they were fixed. They had the cost. But in looking at what is eligible under our approved project, not all of those expenses are eligible. And so this is an effort here to say, you know, we wanted to be able to support Connect as a community. And that was why, you know, it's a necessary service. It's an important service. It does good work. And so that was why it was important to be able to assist the CBTS to cover their expenses from September 2021 to January 2022. And that was why the CBRD cut a check. We are hopeful that at least some portion of that expenditure will be regarded by the grant funder as an eligible submission under our approval. But in the event that it is not, and we know that it is not in whole, we know that at least some parts of it are not eligible, this is our proposed stopgap to cover that expenditure. And we will come back to you, you know, as this landscape changes, if it frees up the dollars. So I know what it looks like. It's like you've got $550,000 in the bank. And here we are wanting to use some of the tax requisition instead of that 550. And it's really because we are apples and oranges.
Thanks. So just further to that, what does that say about Connect operation costs moving forward? Because it's my understanding that they expanded their operation in terms of hours of service and, you know, the days that they were operating, including the overnight beds and all that type of thing, on the basis that this grant was coming.
So through Madam Chair, we are endeavoring to work with the CBTS. Staff has put forward a draft funding agreement for the go forward piece. And we're just in those discussions now.
But that would come out of the grant, the Strengthening Communities grant?
It's not clear that all of those that would be covered through the Strengthening Communities. The grant is really about supporting the incremental. So if a service was, you know, being offered in our community, say, you know, it operated for, well, in this case, we had 10 people that were able to be served in the space that they currently operate from, and within a set of hours. So the grant was intended to support the expansion of that. So either support in terms of like if there was additional floor area that was secured, or changes with the building that enabled the Connect to offer the services to more patrons, Or if that couldn't happen, for example, it could be that if Connect was able to offer additional hours, so instead of operating from 10 to 5, if they were then able to operate from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. or something, the grant would cover those shoulders on the increase. Not the middle piece that was considered to be already in operation, which would have had funding from other sources. This is where some of the conversation is happening now around what is the sustainability of the funding for that necessary service, and we're really working hard to try to get that resolved so that we end up with that really good outcome for our community, which is supporting folks who need it, supporting the service providers who are doing the good work, but also being really transparent about our grant funding and accountable for the dollars in this service.
Okay, well, without going too far down this road, because of the late hour, I can't remember when the Travel Edge fire was. Was that in the fall? Anybody remember?
Yeah, it was late summer.
Late summer? So for example, the Transition Society went from providing no overnight beds to providing 10 overnight beds at that time. They have no budget for that. Would this grant not have been available to cover that expansion of service, which then carried on?
Through Madam Chair, that's a detail that I'd want to get into with the service provider to understand what that expansion was. We haven't received a proposal for anything at Travel Lodge.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah, and I think that the criteria and the temporary nature of the Strengthening Communities Grant is why we would want to look at expanding the requisition, because it is a stable funding for all of these nonprofit groups that are trying to meet this increasing need. And maybe we could talk to Kevin about what the difference to an average $600,000 house between what we have now, the $245,000. I think he said it was $6.96, and what the maximum requisition of $376 would mean to that average number per household.
Through the chair to the directors, yes, I can provide some insight on that. So as Alana reported, current requisition that's in the proposed financial plan is 245. If the directors were to want to consider an increase up to the maximum requisition, that maximum requisition for 2022 is currently 376,492. So that would provide or be a top up of an additional $131,500 in available requisition. The current estimated residential tax rate based on the 245 is, as Alana alluded to, 0.0116 per thousand. That would increase if we were to bump up to the maximum requisition to 0.01776. So basically a difference of 1.2 cents to about 1.8 cents. For a home assessed at 600,000, that would be an increase from the 696 the chair just spoke about to a tax impact of 1066. So $3 and change.
Thanks for that information, Kevin. Director McCullum?
Yeah, just to pick up on some of the questions that Director Hillian was asking around the limitations of this Strengthening Communities grant that we are addressing tonight. Given that the grant is required only for expanding service, had the Connect simply stopped operating for a day when other funding sources had ceased, would that meet the requirements of the grant? And that's making the assumption that they don't have other funding in place for operating it, which is something that I've heard at some point in the last couple of weeks, but I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
Through Madam Chair to the directors, I paused just because I want to get it right. We've been meeting a lot, and it's been very intensive over the last 6 weeks. Involving discussions with your mayor and Chair Kettler, and I think we had 12 folks in the room on Monday trying to hash this out, and so we want to get that right. And so that's been floated a number of times. That concept. What if we stopped operation and then we started in a new location or under a new name? Would that then be eligible? And so I think we'd really just want to flesh out what that looks like, work with the grant funder. Our interest really is to make the use of those dollars in the community and you know, to deliver on the activities that we said that we could. And if we can't, then to really work together as a team to flesh out, well, what can we do, you know, and still make benefit of those very significant, much needed dollars in the community.
Okay, thanks. I'm glad to know that's already been considered. And then just to follow up on the consideration of increasing the requisition for the service. Since this service has began, the population that it serves has increased exponentially, and we've seen a small increase in what we're asking residents to pay on their annual taxes to support it. Increasing it to around the $10 mark seems very reasonable given what we're being increasingly asked to do. Certainly in the city of Courtenay, when we had our budget deliberations a week or two ago, looking at all of the increases that we're contemplating is all centered around a lot of the impacts of having this increasing community on our streets, whether it's first responders or bylaw. So I would certainly be in support of considering that. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Killian.
Thank you, Chair. Last comment. And first of all, the Child Lodge fire was the 19th of October. So it was in the fall. You know, I am concerned about about a chunk of the requisition going to operational costs where it appears that there is grant money available that could cover that. You know, it feels like it's people being taxed twice for the same thing. But I appreciate that there's all sorts of challenges and that people are working very hard to sort it out. I'm just wondering, though, if there's been any consideration to political intervention with the province around what the intent of this grant funding is, so that it can, in fact, be spent for the service that's being provided in the community without any question about, you know, what should be covered and what shouldn't. The whole experience of living through the pandemic, whether you're a small business, a householder, or a community organization, has been the need to pivot and change the way you operate based on changing circumstances. And that appears to be what has happened here. So I'm just wondering if there is any opportunity for that type of political intervention with the province to sort this out.
I can try to take that. So the staff have been working with UBCM from the first announcement of the grant award, and most recently staff have been talking about the approved eligible expenses and the projects that are considered as part of our grant award. And like Alana has been saying, this is about expanded activities, and so those conversations have been had. Chair Kettler and Mayor Wells have certainly expressed interest, and we are looking to set up some meeting with UBCM, the grant funder, so that we can have that conversation around the approved eligible expenses and how then to go forward. And is it an amendment to the application? Is it an amendment to the grant application so that UBCM can approve expenses in a different manner? That does come with some risk, though, because UBCM will need to re-adjudicate. If we make an application to UBCM, they need to re-adjudicate our new request in light of any other requests that they may be having. So it's not a decision that should be taken lightly to request that re-adjudication of the application. I think what Alana what's been presented here, and the idea of expressions of interest in trying to get service providers identified to award money to the community for the purpose of the initial grant applications, expanded hours. I think that bears some effort to follow through and see those monies get out. I think that is the goal, certainly.
Thanks. I will ask one last question. Could we have used 100,000 of this 1.1 million, or however much it was, to hire somebody to manage it, so it wouldn't have been such a burden on staff? There would have been, you know, maybe one key person essentially sorting the whole thing out from the start.
I think Alana mentioned that the coordination costs are available as eligible expenses. And so there are some invoices that have come from the project team already, and that would be part of our memorandum of understanding going forward that we're proposing between the coalition, City of Courtenay, ourselves, so that we have those coordination activities included.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to, again, the need for a social planner. Because we are just holding funds for the coalition. So when there are changes to a funding grant, it's quite difficult. We need to make adjustments or do a reapplication. And so that needs to be coordinated somewhere. And right now we're at a pretty difficult place as far as us interfering from a political level, because staff have already had this conversation. It's been clearly stated that the monies were for expansion. And so there's an application before them and they're reading it to the letter. We said that we were going to give a bigger space so it would service more people, longer hours, all that. If we can't do that, or are we just saying, well, we want the same amount of money, but we're not doing the expansion? You can't make that argument really. So where are we at with the grant? We could reapply and say, okay, we couldn't get this new space. We couldn't do the expansion that we wanted. So it could be readjudicated and we could lose those funds. But we've left it open for other coalition members or the same coalition member to try and meet that same requirement that we put forward in the original proposal. But if they can't, then that's why we've put forward this proposal today, that we will need it to be covered by our own funds coming from the Homelessness Support Service. So we as politicians, I think the mayor and I would need a new proposal to go and defend, and we don't have a new proposal at this point. So that's why we're kind of stuck here. And that's why I'm looking at the increase in requisition, because none of these grants are for core funding. And in fact, the next grant that's coming out, they'll provide 75% less the amount of funding as the last grant. So it's weaning off this emergency funding because it was just for temporary increases. And so a wall is coming where we will still need these services. The need is increased greatly, and the grant funding is going to be weaned off. So that's why we're talking about increasing this homelessness support service. Dr. Maureen?
Thanks. I just had a question about the cleanup costs. You had mentioned that there were, as part of this grant, cleanup costs, and I just wondered if those were included in that 91,000, because I know that we've had some really good feedback about transitions team downtown doing cleanup. Was that part of that amount, or because that would definitely be an additional service that wasn't happening before?
So through Madam Chair, in the original application, we had put in a line item for cleanup costs, including cleanup when encampments have been abandoned, and those were deemed ineligible expenses, and so they were struck from our approval. The $91,028, that is directly what we received from CBTS as a summary of their expenditures. There is a line item there called garbage. I'm not sure if that picks up what you're describing, but that's where additional detail from CBTS on the expanded would be really beneficial in us having that conversation with UBCM to say this is something that was not happening before, and it did.
Yeah.
But we absolutely need that detail from CBTS.
Right. Yeah.
In order to make the case, as Chair Kettler has said.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Hamir?
So I'm hearing potentially need within this service for staffing. From what I understand from Chair Kettler, that would be our own internal staffing, or is that with the leadership team? And you don't have to answer that right away, but because it's a little bit unclear, and I think we're kind of getting all tired right now, I would also support the increase in the requisition, and possibly ask a referral of staff to come back with a budget of how that extra requisition would be used. I want to, acknowledge that we did cut funding, the 35,000 to the coalition team. So I'd like to see that readdressed in that budget, but I don't know if we're really in a good space right now to be approving, the projects under the requisition. I'd be happy to just pass the initial requisition, hearing from all sides that there's a huge need. I don't think we'll have any problem spending that money. And if not right away, having it held until the organizations, many of them who've joined on, I'm happy to see Hornby there, yay. And having that opportunity for them to apply for that funding.
Thank you. Alana, do you want to address her first question about internal, external funding, coordination funding?
Certainly, Madam Chair. I might not get this right. So when the last year's recommendation, the 30,000, that was allocated to the coalition, and so it was provided to the CVTS to as the fiscal host for the coalition. And this year, as Angela said, certainly the need still exists. In respect to just the grant itself, we've put out that draft MOU, which does include a role for the coordinator, where we identify, leading the EOI, being that main project team person to lead this. And under the grant, coordination is eligible. So that's the thought there, that we would use Angela. She's really well positioned. She's served us very well to date. And CVRD staff's hope is that we could continue to use that person. The recommendation that we've come to you with on the 19,000, that's really because there's recognition, both the coalition leadership team, Angela, and ourselves, that we had some great recommendations come out of that service review, and none of us have been able to get them going. And so that's the 19,000 implementation, and that would be outside consulting assistant, someone outside the CVRD, because as you noted, there aren't any direct CVRD personnel on this service. I'm sorry if I've taken us somewhere else. Director Arbor?
Thanks. I will propose as a motion in order to create some buffer and understanding that as we sort through these things, and I want to thank Mayor Wells and Chair Kettler and staff for working on this at that level of detail. But I will propose that we increase our requisition to 350. And if it doesn't get used, or if we don't devise a plan for that, we can always create a savings or reserve next year. But it does feel like there is needs out there. It makes sense. It's a very small increase. I wouldn't take it to the max, but the 350 is what I'll propose to motion when we call the question.
Do I have a second? Oh, right, we're on the seat. Sorry. Okay. Everyone okay with moving off this topic and calling a question? Okay. It's a vote of ABC, Courtney, and Cumberland. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Okay, Director Arbor.
And I'll move the recommendation, but with the requisition being set at 350,000, understanding that some of the monies are currently going to be unallocated and basically sitting as unallocated surplus or reserve until we figure out a course on this, either operationally or through capital investment. Does that make sense to staff?
It does. And well, I guess I should wait for a seconder. So it makes sense, I guess the only question I would ask, because that allows us to move forward with the budget and then come back to you with that reallocation or the allocation of funds within that based on the coalition's recommendation. And if that's the intent of the board, then we could come back. It doesn't need to be next week, and the coalition will have some time then to have its considerations, if that meets the board's intent.
Okay, Director Hamir?
Yeah, and if you could just confirm, when you do come back with the reallocation, to Director McCollum's questions around the 115 to Wache, what that is actually supporting, if the development's already been funded, I'd like to know.
That information be included.
Sure, we can look to Angela to help us with that. Thanks, Angela.
Great, thank you. Director Grieve?
Thanks very much. I guess everybody does realize this is one big slippery slope that there's no way out of. And it's a pit you can't fill with money. So really, we need to come up with a comprehensive solution to our social funding. I realize it's inconvenient for the province to be able to funnel money through us into the nonprofits. That seems to be the model with our current government, rather than actually taking the bull by the horns themselves. I think it's a cop-out. I don't want to get sucked into it too much, but we do have an obligation to our citizens, and I take that very seriously. But what we see now right now is just sort of a patchwork of this, that, and the other thing, a hodgepodge. So really, we're going to have to get our heads around this in the next year or so, and but pussyfooting around, have one service that's going to do the job, rather than some in the regional growth strategy, some in community grants. I mean, we've been here all day, and we're really not getting very far. We're just sort of plugging holes in the dike. So I think if we're going to have any kind of a recommendation, part of it should also include direction to staff to turn their minds to how we can actually put this all in one house. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that the referral earlier to staff will deal with some of that as well. So they do have some work to do for us. So again, it's go to the areas Courtney and Cumberland, and that is to increase the requisition to 350 and for staff to come back with the revised plan on how those funds will be used. Any further comment? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Director Arbor, there was the Boundary Commission.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Yes, we did it 30. I need the amendment.
So, yeah, to accept the Boundary Commission update. So I guess we need to accept the addendum. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay. And I guess we'll move to receive Director Arbor's update. Okay, go ahead.
So we receive under correspondence from the BC Electoral Commission that municipalities and regional districts are invited to comment on the change of boundaries. The municipalities have commented in the past exercises, the CVRD has not. I'm just testing appetite to see if I bring forward a letter, if you believe that the CVRD should comment and around our writing. This is for provincial boundaries. So actually, I'll just ask if anyone is opposed to us at least considering it. That was under 30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, I'll prepare director's letter for our next meeting. Thank you.
And all in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And we're moved to go in camera. Okay, all in favor?